He just nailed John Markham. Oh man, I'll say that out loud. This could be interesting. How did that happen? I don't even understand it. John Markham. John Loney just threw a 002 bulb on John Markham and lost. John Markham throwing a somewhat uncharacteristic 039 there. Boy, talk about the Golden Horseshoe Award. And not taking anything away from him, you know, because the one thing I've always said about, having good luck, you've got to be there to collect it. Good luck is as much about determination and just going to the racetrack as anything else, because if you go enough, your good luck, quote unquote, will come. Absolutely. So, bit of a heartbreaker there for John Loney. Tommy Kazan, 883 with a wild light against Tom Turner. It's very unwild light. And that one goes as we'd expect it, and it's another interesting deviation here. Tom Turner threw a 581 light, and again, when I see those big numbers that seem to accompany, increments on a delay box, I wonder if he just maybe didn't miss the math on the delay box. Ricky Gadsden and Craig Adams doing battle here. It's the street tire bike against the slick and bar bike, and there can only be one winner. And there it is. Craig takes out RG62. Hey, I'd like to give a shout out for Jimmy Smith. Happy birthday, Jimmy Smith. Hey, buddy. You made it another lap around the sun, man. Or as I also like to say, happy womb departure anniversary day. Good job, Jimmy. Made it again. And I'll avoid singing happy birthday to you. Okay, I'm going to avoid that. Anyway, next up. V-Twin action coming your way. Looks like all the V-Twin ETs finally decided to come to the staging lanes anyway. I thought for a while there they might have been holding a strike. All right. What do we need in the lanes next? All right, next up now, Ken Chopperman Kobe back once again. Going to go up against Casey Smith. Smith Racing family. Casey Smith styling a 1077. He's going to have to wait for Chopperman to get out there. Let's see. Let's do the math there. Yep, that is 1.4 seconds. No, excuse me, 1.5. 1.5 seconds exactly separate these two dial-ins. All right, here we go. We're putting the fire to the tires, and it is time for the Chopper Man to take on the minimalist approach of Casey Smith on his 2002 Harley-Davidson. Chopper Man Kobe dials at dependable 1227. Casey Smith going to spot him out there, as mentioned earlier, 1.5 seconds. Chopper Man drops the ball with an 057 to the red side. Casey Smith, nice 029 light. And will he try to run the dial? Well, there you go. I think he backed out a little early, kept it in his pocket. Hey, here comes Kenny Satterley. Oh, I'm sorry. That's next pair. Right now, it's Vance Hoddyshelh and Stacy Smith. One more of the Smith family going to do battle here now. Vance Hoddyshelh will spot Stacy. Let's see here, 2.26 seconds. So Stacy's going to be just past the 60-foot clocks. And that's it. Here comes Vance. Vance, your winner. Stacy Smith with a gift-wrapped red light foul. Now we've got Kenny Satterley and Jimmy Smith. Happy birthday to you, Jimmy Smith. Let's see what he can do on his solar lap celebration today. 99 Harley Sportster for Jimmy Smith. 08 Superglide for Kenny Satterley. Kenny gets out too early. Another red light win. Jimmy Smith takes the easy victory on that one. Next up, V-Twin heavy hitter Larry Berger. He's taking on Lindbergh Simmons on the full dress bagger. Larry still struggling with reaction times on this particular bike, but enough to take out Lindbergh Simmons. Larry Berger goes 217. Not nice, not good, but Lindbergh Simmons, 008 red. Barry Pryor Sr. back in the seat again on his metric cruiser. And Perry Powell is 985 dial. Barry Pryor, he gets out there, no red light. Whoa, let's see here. There is a little bit of a difference in these reaction times. About, about 700s could be significant. And it is. Perry Powell parlays that improved reaction time of 038. Barry Pryor slowed to a 116. All right, coming up, last pair before we move into the next part of our program. This, of course, will be Tom Clemmy and Kevin Jones. Tom Clemmy has a 1045 dial against Kevin Jones, 1220. So you know the rest of that mathematics. Kevin Jones going to get out first. He's going to be about, let's just say, past the 60-foot clock when Tom Clemmy can drop the hammer and come get him. There it all goes. Here comes Tom. And one of these racers has a real advantage at the starting line. And you guessed it, it's that guy right there with that 1054 on an 025 reaction time. Congratulations, Tom Clemmy. All right, all you number one qualifiers, it's time to commemorate your phenomenal achievements down here by the Man Cub trailer. Come on down and we're going to hand out the spoils of number one qualifying victory. And I'm just going to list you all off here right now, but you know who you are. But I think it's important everybody knows who you are. And of course, Ultra Sportsman and number one qualifier Evan Solkowski, come on down. Supercom, number one qualifier, no surprise here, Braden Davis. Top Gas, number one qualifier, also no surprise, Seth Buccieri having another fine weekend. Super Eliminator, number one qualifier. Yeah, it's just a list of the usual suspects here. Alex Hughes. Pro Street, Robert Bond. The second or the third here. I think I'm losing track how many Robert Bonds we have, but we know who you are. So do you. Robert Bond, Pro Street, number one qualifier. Real Street, number one qualifier. RG62 himself, Ricky Ganson. 460, number one qualifier, Curtis Winston. Pro Open number one qualifier with that dastardly 3.99 second qualifying time, Billy Vose, come on down. And Pro Mod, well, you'll already be there, number one qualifier, Braden Davis. Let's get all our number one qualifiers down by the Man Cub trailer so we can hand out the hardware. And once again, if I can get all of our number one qualifiers over by the Man Cub trailer, please. Number one qualifiers to the Man Cub trailer. We're going to hand out the commemorative hardware for your number one qualifying effort here at the FuelTech Man Cup World Finals. A little track prep as we do a little scrape and sticky. Getting that track ready for what is about to come. The culmination of the 2025 season imminent as we're going to go into opening ceremonies after we hand out the number one qualifier award. So all number one qualifiers, let's get you over by the Man Cup trailer, please. job. Way to go. All right, Super Comp, Braden Davis. Braden Davis. Braden Davis takes the #1 qualifier in Super Comp and also takes the $100 bill from our friend Eric Hochsteller at MTC Engineering. Congratulations, Braden Davis. Top gas. Seth Buccieri. Come on, Seth. Seth Buccieri, top gas #1 qualifier. Top gas #1 going once. Top gas #1 going twice. All right. Apparently Seth is probably back in the pits working on his bike. But let's everybody give a big hand for Seth Buccieri, #1 qualifier in top gas again. All right. Now moving on into the special class Super Eliminator. And Alex Hughes takes the cake again in Super Eliminator. Alex Hughes and HRP and Bill Benton with that amazing two-stroke machine chainsaws on acid, ear-piercing perfection. Congratulations, Alex Hughes. Let's give him a big hand. Continued excellence from Alex Hughes. All right, now moving into Pro Street and our newly crowned national champion, Robert Bond II, Robert Bond Jr., Robert Bond, making it happen with that ZX14 Kawasaki. Congratulations. All right, Real Street now. Real Street, Ricky Ganson, RG62. Where are you, buddy? Ricky Ganson, Real Street, come on, collect that hardware. And it's here. Ricky, where are you? Well, we'll get this to him later. But anyway, big hand for Ricky Ganson coming out to the Man Cup this weekend. Just another one of our royalty visits. Ultra 460, Curtis Winston. Curtis Winston. Where you at, Curtis? Whoa! Man, congratulations. Take in the crowd in 460. And as anybody here can tell you, that's a pretty big deal. #1 qualifier. Congratulations. Let's get him a hand. Woo! From last time at there. Pro Open. Billy Bose. The ever indomitable Billy Bose with 3.9 second ET, quickest lap of the weekend. I think only machine here in the threes. Billy Bose once, Billy Bose twice. Everybody give it up for Billy Bose. The ever amazing, indomitable Billy Bose. All right, last but not least, here's a name I get to call a lot these days. Braden Davis, #1 in Pro Mod. Once again, and at a race where he and his father are competing in Pro Mod. Are you guys on different sides of the ladder? I believe we are. Oh, that's what I like to hear. We might get to see it. All right, so that's all #1 qualifiers. Wait. Seth Buccieri made it today, brother. Seth Buccieri. There you go. Another hand for Seth. Yes, on that very unusual combination, but man, do you make that thing work? What do you have to say about that? It's a turbo. It's a lot of work, a lot of keystrokes. Like Rod just said, MJ Performance. Just like over it, turn on the throttle, like the button, it does its thing. Well, man does a hell of a job on that machine. Congratulations on your #1 qualifier performance, and you're welcome. Thank you. And if anybody else shows up for the Billy Bose, Ricky. Is Ricky on his way? All right. We're going to get Ricky Ganson here momentarily. So we definitely want to give some accolades to the man. Ricky Ganson's on his way here. And I'm guessing Billy Bose won't be making it because he's got a lot to do back there in the pits. Working with Savannah's bike, working with Tommy Saxon's bike, and I'm sure numerous other assorted customers. All right, give us another moment here. We should have Ricky Ganson momentarily. All right, as we hang out for Ricky Gadsden, I imagine he's going to be here any moment now. The live feed at home. We're going to be crowning all of the champions today in all of our classes, so we've got a lot going on. Is that the man? There he is, RG62 himself. All right, let's get a hand for Ricky Gadsden. Come on, Ricky Gadsden. All right, brother. Here is your hardware, and tell everybody at home a few words about how you managed this today.
Well, we're really extremely happy that we finally got this bike to run 205 mile an hour. We've been chasing 200 mile an hour since last year. We went and got a new turbo over the wintertime, plumbed it, new exhaust, everything. So we've been chasing that number because we did it 2 years ago, and it's diluted since then. So to come here and be able to run 205 and 204 mile an hour, we're still having a problem with the boost controller. We can't get it to do what we're asking it to do, but it is running on the other end. So I'm extremely happy for the team. My guys, but look, he's over there. He's over there trying to figure out the next tune-up right now. He lives with this laptop in his hand.
Congratulations on the 200 mile per hour performance. And not too many real street bikes can manage to go 200 plus. That's for sure. Everybody, let's get a big hand for Ricky Gadsden and family and crew.
That means he's got the mile an hour record. I didn't tell him that earlier, but that's
AT record. Congratulations, Ricky. Thanks for coming out. Everybody, once again, Ricky Gadsden and company, absolute killers in real street, still making it happen after all these years.
Hey, Hollywood, can you take this picture with our phone?
Picture here.
It doesn't matter, well, as long as you get us all in.
All right, picture taking time. Thank you, Ricky. It's been a pleasure having you here this weekend. We're going to come see you some more.
We're up here on the spot line thinking that's where we're supposed to be at. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on next into opening ceremony. We'll catch you there. Moving on next in opening ceremonies. We'll catch you there. We'll get him up in the tower.
Yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate it, man.
Robert Bond, Pro Street, we need you to lane number 1. Pro Street, lane number 1. Real Street, lane number 2. And the Run What You Brung shootout, the 4 horsemen in that, lane 3. I need those 3 categories. That is what will run first. Pro Street, Real Street, Run What You Brung. Lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. You will be running first. Pro Street, Real Street.
Kick it off for the opening ceremony, so let's get these bikes to the lanes.
Pro Street, Real Street, and the shootout. Lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. You'll be first on the racetrack. Pro Street, Real Street, shootout. You're first on the racetracks, lane 1, 2, and 3 at this time, please. At this time, we need Pro Street, Real Street, and the shootout bikes. Run What You Brung shootouts, lane 1, 2, and 3, please. Lane 1, 2, and 3, you're first on the racetrack. Pro Street, Real Street. Robert Bond, Pro Street, Real Street category, and the Run What You Brung shootout. Please bring them to lanes 1, 2, and 3. There's Robert Bond in Pro Street going to lane 1. He'll be first up. I need Real Street to lane number 2 for pairings. Real Street to 2 for pairings. The 4 horsemen in the shootout. Let's get them to lane number 3. Lane 1 is for Pro Street. Lane 2. Lane 2 is Real Street. And lane 3 is the 4 bikes in the shootout. Real Street, let's get them to 2. Real Street, I need you guys to lane number 2, please. Real Street to lane number 2, Real Street. Pro Street, lane 1, Real Street, lane 2. Grudge Shootout, lane 3. First three classes on the racetrack. Let's get them in the lanes, please. And I do need all my riders in 460 category. Rear of lane 5 for pairing purposes. When you find your dancing partner, push it right up to the front of 5. Find your dancing partner, push it right up to top of lane 5. We got a big herd of 460 bikes, so let's get started on that right now. 460, rear lane 5 for pairings. Find your partner and push it up. Pro Street, Real Street, and Grudge Shootout, lane 1, 2, and 3. And while we do have a moment of downtime at the Man Cup Souvenir Trailer and the Winter Circle back, there is a beautiful banner that's been made in memory of Chris Platt. It is open for signatures from any racers. We're going to present that to the Platt family. So any racers want to sign that for Chris Platt, get over to the Man Cup Winter Circle tent and sign that banner. Real Street, lane 2, please. Grudge Shootout, lane 3. Okay, and if it is your children that are in the backfield on their mini bikes, which are not allowed to be, we need them parked, or we're going to have to, ask you to leave the facility. A lot of kids play out there, and that's going to lead to bad things. We need that stopped immediately, and get your children harnessed, please. Thank you for your consideration. See, I've got a couple more Real Streets in the lane 2. Let's get them paired up. As soon as you got your dancing partner, push it to Real Street, lane 2. You're going right behind Pro Street, which is going to kick it off. We are now waiting on you guys, officially waiting. Let's move it. Real Street to the lanes, please. Real Street, Grudge Shootout to the lanes. Run what you brung shootout, lane 3. Lane 3, run what you brung shootout.
All right, Real Street, Grudge. Hey, look, I got y'all at the front of my program, which means that you got to be on time. If you ain't gonna be on time, then I'm gonna tell you straight up, I'm gonna go back to my old ways. I'm trying to give you the very best prep that you can get intentionally. But when we have a schedule and we have live stream, you got to be here because the cameras are waiting on us. We got the national anthems waiting on us. We got the prayer waiting on us. I don't want to miss any of y'all guys, but I need Real Street and Grudge to the lane immediately, please. And I also would like to have the 460 because of the quantity that we have so we can go ahead and get the pairings done. But listen, I got you all in the beginning of our program. Let's act like it. You the primary product. I need you out here on time ASAP. That's what we're doing, all right? Thank you all. Let's have some fun.
All right, this is a final call for Real Street for pairings. Real Street, lane number 2 for pairings. We're a matter of minutes from the national anthem. You will get a beautiful rendition of that live, and also the invocation from our chaplain, Santi Rodriguez. And Fittipaldi's going to film it. So, that's for the overseas folks. And there we go. Looks like we're stacking them up in lane number 2 for Real Street. And without further ado, once the track is clear of the heavy equipment, we'll have those procedures to go. And we'll kick off eliminations. 460. We need you to the rear lane 5 immediately for pairings. Find your dancing partner and push it to the front of 5. 460, rear of lane 5. Find your dancing partner, push it to the front.
2, check.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
So we've got the man right here, Mantez Thompson Jr. And Mantez currently leading the points in Ultra Sportsman. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're like, what, number 4 in Top Gas?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Do you have a shot at the Top Gas Championship? Looks like there may not be enough rounds to make that happen.
It'll been luck on my side. You know, I would have needed guys in front of me to go out first round. But so I just decided to call it quits this year for Top Gas and have some fun.
I understand.
In the 460. So to get ready for the Winter Series. So I'm running this bike this weekend in 460, and I actually just qualified for the 32 bike shootout that we're having.
Awesome. How quick did you go?
I ran a 465, but I treated the guy and I shot by him, so I figured I was going way too fast. So I chopped. So if I would have stayed in, it probably would have been dead on a 60.
Nice, nice. So how many bikes do you predict will run dead on 460 here this weekend?
It's going to be a lot, you know. It's a lot of killers, you know what I'm saying, between Man Cup and also, you know, the guys from XDA. So I'm not sure how many bikes we got. I think it's around 40 a weekend out of 40. I think maybe
40 460 bikes.
Yes, sir. I think maybe 15. I think the top 15 will be anywhere from a 60 to a 61.
That's amazing. So, and of course, how many other bikes like this are in 460 as far as, you know, long wheelbase grudge style bikes? Are you the only one?
Yes, sir.
Well, there you have it. Mantez Thompson taking the path least traveled in 460 against all them big old slick and bar bikes. Never count out Chucky. And congratulations again on Ultra Sportsman. Think you're going to hang on to that lead?
I'm going to try, man. The bike is on point. I just got to be on point. You know, if I just go out there Sunday and do my job, I think I'll be able to seal the deal. You know, and that'll be my second national title.
Nice. Yeah, I know you got Spencer Johnson's right there with you. But the one thing you got over him is KG veteran experience.
Yeah, you know, Spencer, he's that's my guy right there. You know, he's came a long way, and it's going to be tough, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want it any other way. So no matter how the cards fall, if I win or if he wins, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to be just as happy.
Well, it doesn't get any better than that. And that's one racer talking about another racer. Great love, so much love here at Man Cup. Mantez, thank you for taking some time with us today. And I am going to wish you a great weekend. Hope to see you in the winner's circle once again.
Yes, sir. Hey, that's the plan, maybe, and get that championship.
Mantez.
Look at this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Whoa, the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh yeah. Let's go racing.
Well, thank you very much, Chaplain Santee Rodriguez. And what can you say about Brian Smith, the Smith family, and the pipes on them? That's as good as it gets out there. Let's have some great racing. Best of luck to all competitors. Best of luck to all competitors in all categories. We're going to kick it off with Pro Street, and then we're going to move to Real Street. That was Boys to Men. Did that duet for you. Unbelievable job by Brian Barbed Wire Smith and another one of his colleagues there from the church. Brian just up the road. So we're going to kick it off with the Pro Street final right here, and then we're going to move to Real Street. We've had some attrition in Real Street, so there'll be a couple competition singles. Both of the Big Bad Harleys look like they are not making the call for first-round elimination action. So Robert Bond is actually going to be taking a single here as an opponent in and here we go. Final eliminations underway after opening ceremonies awarding those number one qualifiers. Recognizing sponsors, Invocation National Anthem, and here we go. Pro Street action. We'll follow that by the Herod Group Real Street, the Four Horsemen Shootout, And then we move directly into the monster that's called 460. We will move directly into that monster called 460. So 460 bikes, you need to be in lanes and having your partner right there. Bringing them up on the starting line, rev limiters. And they're away. Bond. And it is Bond. 7 flat with a 9, 206 mile per hour. 206, 765 right line. Sean Henson going to kick off real street action with an opponent broke single. Looks like the two Harleys that were out here battling may not have made the call for elimination, so Sean Henson will single into round 2. Sean Henson away clean. He's off the throttle. 10:23, 77 mile per hour. Possibly saving his equipment for the second round eliminations where theoretically as you move on it gets tougher. Johnny Turbo. And that was a Harley scheduled to run Sean Henson. Dwayne G did not make the call, and that was one bad Harley he had. Really cool to see those Harleys out here in Real Street mixing it up. And those things are thumping. Johnny Turbo, Exoticycle Motorsports, right lane. Colby Lewis. Johnny, your number 5 qualifier with a 769. Colby, number 8, 787. Red light start. Colby jumps the tree before it starts. He will not get a time. Johnny Turbo nearly matching his qualifying effort. He goes 7.71. 195 mile per hour. Johnny Turbo moving it into elimination round 2. Elimination round number 2. Bud Harrod from the Harrod Group, the class sponsor. Next up in the Summit Racing lane, he is your number 2 qualifier with a 7:57 out there. BJ Pryor, left lane, number 11 qualifier. He slotted in at an 8:30. Not the best of ETs, but the bike did go 183, so you know it has a lot more in it. Bud from Americus, Georgia, former home of Star Racing for decades. Motorcycle drag racing owing a huge debt of gratitude to George and Jackie Bryce for all their years. And look at this. Is this an upset? Yes, it is. 8:49 for BJ Pryor. Bud was out and gone, unable to keep the front wheel down, fought it the whole way. And BJ Pryor upsetting your number 2 qualifier right there. Big upset right there. BJ Pryor moving on to round 2. Chloe Sellers, the other Harley, unable to make it. Annabelle Merced, he's going to get an opponent broke single right here to move into the next round. Oh, packing the wheel out there at 60 feet. Struggling to keep the wheel down. Annabelle, 797 at 188. Well off his number 3 qualifying position of 761. But he does match his mile per hour, so just fighting to keep it down, building a lot of power in these short wheelbase bikes. I don't even have any clue how they could possibly ride them. Harrod Group, Real Street, with some exciting equipment out there. George Cross next up in the right lane. He's out of Chesapeake, Virginia on a 2008 Hayabusa. He is your number 4 qualifier at a 765, 195. Mike Sancho, number 9 qualifier at 809. Sancho just a tick late on the start, and Cross will make him pay. Cross 793 at 196. Again, booming mile an hour on these bikes. They are taking and trying to keep them on the ground, getting down through there. Easy to talk about, hard to do. And your final pair in the group is going to be your number 1 qualifier, Ricky Gadsden. A incredible 744 at 205 mile per hour, tuned by the twins. You know those twins are bad dudes. Ricky, number 1, and he takes on young relay, Julian Vigay. Qualified 12th with 11:35. They're in, and they're gone. Green lights. Julian packing the wheel already, stepping back on it, but Ricky's driving away. Ricky, 787, 202. Julian, 913 at only 106. Ricky moving on. Ricky, big advantage on the Christmas tree as well. So there you go. That will move us over to the 4 horseman shootout coming up. No time shootout. All right, here we go in the 4 horseman shootout right here. It's going to be across the 8th mile, no time. We got 4 bad boys right here. The $2 window is open. 4 bad boys right here. This is across the 8th mile. No time action. No time and sometimes no seat. Lord have mercy what they got out there. I see Big Brad McCoy out there, Big Bad Brad. Good to see McCoy Motorsports in the house. They're out of North Carolina and specialize in a lot of this equipment. All right. No time action right here. We're going to move it into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 coming up. Track, hook in, front wheel up, left lane. Oh, right lane took it through the 8th mile. I'm looking still at the quarter. 8th mile, right lane taking the dub. Right lane victory. All right, next pair here. Pink Mamba right lane and something bad to the bone over there in the TBM brakes lane. Couple big old monsters. Good looking drag race. Right lane taking the dub. Right lane taking the dub. Woo! That one picked it up hard. That SGMP Racing Surface is working out there. All right, that is the end of the no time shootout. We're going to be moving into E1 of 460 action. Looks like Les Stemick will have an opponent broke single. Les Stemick, opponent broke single. Joe Procopio actually made the right call. He headed north. It was more important for him to have a roof over his head on Tuesday than to race on Sunday. So, Joe, thank you for coming. Thanks for being part of the shootouts and your participation here at the Manufacturers Cup Finals. We miss you, and we're glad you went home and did the right thing. Les Stemick, opponent broke single, number 27 qualifier. He was 463 with a 7. That only lands you 27th. Joe Procopio was your number 26 qualifier at 463.4. And there you have it. Les Stemick moves on to round 2 with Joe Procopio having a ceremony of life for his father-in-law and making the right choice by going home. Les is in, Les is gone, less is more. 460 with an 8. Can Les Stemick continue the rabbit's foot business that he has at the Manufacturers Cup World Finals? Les Stemick has carried a rabbit's foot down here at the finals. We've got the greatness that is Johnny Bogg in the house. Next up, that looks like a raw deal in the right lane, and it sure is. Pete Hubbard, Olive Branch, Mississippi, home to the world-famous Chad Otts. He's going to be taking on Scotty Samish out of Seneca, South Carolina. Hubbard, qualifying advantage, but throw it out the window. It's elimination time. Win to Hubbard, 465. Reaction time advantage to Samish, but he couldn't get the number, 471. Pete Hubbard moves to round 2. All right, burnout's complete. Savannah Vose, first time in competition in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 right here. Savannah Vose, second generation. And Evil Bill, the father, checking it out, lining her up. She is up against Jeff House on the little bike that can. Jeff House, one of the very few motorcycles that runs a small tire in this category. Beautiful blue Suzuki out of Texas, and Savannah Vose, right lane, they're in. Oh, Savannah. House for the W. 461 with a 4. Jeff House moving into lane 2. Savannah Vose was 003 red. She was only 3 thou from perfect. Savannah Vose, and then she cut it off early, but she made the field in the number 49 spot and gave it her best first round. Congratulations, Savannah, on making your debut here in 460. Jeff House, 461, good light. He's ready for round 2 after he runs round 1 of Fastback Gas Pro Mod. And the aforementioned mayor of Olive Branch, Chad Otts, left side, and Durwood, Woody Rawlings on a Kawasaki entry in the right lane. Rawlings, qualifying advantage. throw it out the window. Chad Ott's 466, besting Woody's 463. So, you know what that means. Yes, indeed, Ott's welded him on the tree. Chad Ott's moving on. Oh, we got Big Rick Perry, the legend. Oh, the legend in stake over there in the left lane from Clearwater, Florida, with BPM Racing Engines, helping them out, tuning them up. Got Big Scott up there, George and Christine, Mike Perry. The Rick Perry fan club is around here somewhere. Big Rick came in number 45, and he's got B. Elliott from Louisville. Brandon Elliott, number 8 qualifier. He was 8th with a 460 with an 8. Tough nut to crack here for Perry. Perry packing the wheel. Outstanding drag race, 461 for Brandon Elliott on a 01 tree. Rick Perry gave it his best ride of the weekend. Goes an 05 on the tree and a 462. So Perry with a fine effort in the losing battle. Brandon Elliott moving to round number 2. Wes Hawkins, left side. I believe Wes took home that side pot with the qualifying money, as numbers 1 and 2 did not play. Jeremy England, right lane. England in deep. Good little drag race right here. Hawkins, 463, and he darn needed all of that. England was 008 on the tree, but could not run the number. England not running a number just yet on that brand new bike. Hawkins, 463. He was there with an 04 light. Wes Hawkins moves on to the next round. Michael Stewart, another Kawasaki rider in the left lane. He was qualified 17th with a 462.0. J.P. Maddox, the millionaire's millionaire, right lane out of Atlanta, Georgia. He qualified 36th with a 465. Only good for 36th in this massive field of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 bikes. Riders are moving in. Good drag race right here. JP for the W. JP Maddox, 467. Michael Stewart broke out, 458. Michael Stewart went too quick. And JP did have the reaction time advantage by a couple hundredths. JP Maddox moving around too. Much to the happiness of Fluky. Your number 1 qualifier who wasn't in the side pot, kicking himself all day long. Curtis Winston III from St. Louis, Missouri. 460 with a 2, grabbed the pole. Rashad Jones, number 52 qualifier, because he never once went over the number. He is a breaker-outer. So, Curtis and Rashad, these guys have raced all season long. They know each other. Let's see who's got what. For what. Both riders moving in. It is Curtis. Curtis with the magic hand. Curtis goes 460 with a 3 for the W. Rashad Jones breaking out in the left lane, 458, just too quick. Rashad had 200s on the tree, but couldn't play that into a victory on the finish line effort. Harvey Hubbard next up, left side, Sedley, Virginia. the Peanut Magnet. Mike Lingo, he's out of Alabama, right lane. Excuse me, Lingo left lane, Hubbard right. Papa Freeman coming in from Texas. He's got all the heat for you. Left side, qualified 34th, 465. Charlie Farrar on the week's performance entry. Doug Lindsay out there, right side. He went 462 with a 5. Red light start in the left lane. Unfortunate start for Papa Freeman, but his day is done. Charlie, 477, not what he was looking for. 145, it moves into round number 2. Good to see Roy Sears out here from Texas as well. Tough break for Papa Freeman there. He had qualified number 34 with a 465. Something awry on the starting line, wouldn't let him make the pass. Oh, the captain is next up. There's 2 captains next up. We'll start it out with Captain John Krakalici, the legend from Clearwater, Florida. Johnny Gish tuning it. Suzuki Power, BPM Racing Engines. And then the other captain, that's going to be the right lane. That's Broderick Jackson, the big boss man right here at Man Cup, competing in action. Broderick Jackson. Broderick was qualified with a 461. Krakalici 467. Uh-oh. Oh, schooled him bad. Schooled him bad. John Krakalici, 463 with a 6. 463 with a 6, besting Broderick's 463 with a 7. But Broderick's going to want to know why he decided to have a cheeseburger there on the starting line, because he was dead late by Broderick standards. John Krakalici moving to round number 2. Broderick Jackson's day is done. First round bounced in the shootout. First round bounced in eliminations. Shows you just how tough 460 racing here is at the Manufacturers Cup. Looks like we've got Bobby Holland next up in the right lane. He's qualified 9th. Matt Smith struggled in qualifying. Only posted a 468. He's in the left lane. I need my Robinson Industries Pro Ultra lane 4. Pro Ultra lane number 4, please. And Matt's troubles continue. The win for Bobby Holland, 464. Bobby was 003 on the tree. Matt turned it red. He was 013, but a troubled run for Matt Smith. They'll have to go back to the drawing board with that Fast by Gas Suzuki. And if you wonder who sang that national anthem, he's in the right lane on barbed wire. Brian Smith, right side, Kawasaki, Smith family. Brian with that beautiful national anthem rendition. He takes on Tyrone Lemons. Tyrone, your number 2 qualifier with a 460 with a 4. Brian Smith was 51st with a 1736. Two Georgia racers right here. I need Robinson Industries Pro Open to lane 4. Pro Open, lane 4. Look at that, Brian Smith, 464. Smith, reaction time advantage, taking the win. Tyrone did get there first, but he had to break out to do it. He goes 459, and Tyrone Lemon's day is over in 460. Mantez Thompson Sr., left side. Mike Tian, right side. Tian, your number 11 qualifier. Mantez, number 42 with a 467. Mike ran a 461 to qualify that 11th, but once again, it has proven we're in eliminations. Throw it out the window with a brick attached to it because it does not matter anymore. Woo, good little drag race right here. That's Mantez Thompson Jr. over there. Mantez Thompson Jr., 462.9, besting the 461 flat. You know what that means. Yes, indeed, it does. Mantez had 5 on the tree almost. He had room to play. Mantez Thompson Jr. moving on to round number 2. Robert Superman Honeycutt, right lane, coming up. He's out of Maryland. Terry Wynn, the hardest working man in drag racing, head cook, bottle washer, longshoreman, car mechanic, you name it, he can do it. Wynn, Honeycutt. Honeycutt turns it red by 5 thou. Rob Honeycutt goes red by 5 thou, 474 off pace. Terry Wynn even further off pace, 506. That is an upset. Mike Ostrowski next up, left side. He's your number 5 qualifier at 460 with a 5. Lowry Callahan, South Carolina, Kawasaki Power. And we're going to be down. We're going to be down. Lowry changing lanes and unfortunately taking a cone out with it. Lowry Callahan disqualified. Mike Ostrowski advancing to round 2. We are down. Robinson Industries, Pro Open. Let's get them paired up and ready to go in lane 4, please. Robinson Industries, Pro Open, lane 4. Pair them up, get ready to go. Fast by Gas, Pro Mod. Lane 3 for pairings. You'll be behind Pro Open, and we don't have many more 460s to go. Sportsmen, you are on a standby at this point. All right, so let's get starting line area cleared so we can get the equipment out there as we need it, okay? Try to make access if we need to get any equipment on the racetrack, please. I do need Ultra Sportsman riders to the rear of lane 4 for pairing purposes. Ultra Sportsman to rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings at this time. Once again, Ultra Sportsman riders to the rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. And once that tractor comes off, we can put the bikes back in the puddle. We will be going back hot shortly. Wait on signal from staff, but tractor is off. You can put them back in the puddle. And a big happy birthday out there to Jimmy Smith out of Macon, Georgia. There's probably 200 of the Smith family up here this weekend, and half of them are racing. Jimmy and Randy and all of their boys are racers and darn good at it. Happy birthday, Jimmy Smith. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairing purposes. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairing purposes. Gordon Johnson out of Alabama will be next up, qualified with a 472. He's going to be taking on Terrence Washington. Terrence, your number 7 qualifier at 460 with a 7. Oh, turbo bike over here for Johnson. Kawasaki turbo machine. Big turbo. Man, warming that tire up a bit. It's hot. Gorgeous day here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the Manufacturers Cup World Finals, the FuelTech World Finals, and FuelTech is everywhere. Gordon Johnson, been a minute since Gordon's been out. It's a big man right there. He goes every bit of 6'4", and he looks big on that motorcycle. Long-time racer. Terrence, the same thing. These guys have raced forever. Oh, I think Terrence put it on him on the tree. Terrence Washington, 462 with a 6. Terrence Washington, 462 with a 6. Terrence was 000 green. There was nothing left on that bone. 479 for Gordon in the losing effort, but Terrence had a full 10th on the tree and parlayed that into a win. Jeff Jones. Next up, Tennessee, Mike Moore, one of the pivoting Moore brothers. Out of Bradenton, Florida, Mike Moore, longtime runner. He's on Joe Cagnina's motorcycle. Good drag race right here, and it is Mike Moore. Mike Moore for the victory. Reaction time advantage slight, but his 462 took care of the breaking out Jeff Jones. Jeff, 458 with a 1. He was just a few ticks behind on the tree, but that was a great drag race. Mike Moore moving around too. Smokin' Joe Rodney, Kawasaki entry. I believe Joe is out of Tennessee. Smokin' Joe, he's up against Heather Baldy. Heather has had her share of problems with this bike this weekend. Her and her dad both have not made the usual perfect passes they do. You know, the equipment that comes out of Schwartz Law Group is usually better than that. So we're going to have to talk to the big man about getting some better maintenance going. Heather. Well, they got stuff fixed up in a big way right there. Big time reaction time advantage trouble with Smokin' Joe's bike, and Heather advances 463. She was 800ths better on the tree. She moves into round 2. Tim Webster, left lane. Your number 21 qualifier with a 462. Mike Mace out of Maryland. Mike with some beautiful equipment. Mike is coming in your number 32 qualifier with a 464, but as we have seen throughout this show, forget about the qualifying. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 4, please. You're next up. Fast by Gas Pro Mod, lane 3. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings, please. Ultra Sportsman, rear of 4 for pairings. If you have found your partner, you can push up together behind the Pro Open bikes. Mason Webster. Oh, Tim Webster stole it. 7th thou at the finish line. Tim Webster was a bit late on the tree. Mike Mace had 1300ths in the bag. Lifted a tick too much. Mike is not going to be happy with himself when he gets back. Mike Mace's 479 was bested by a 464, but the margin was only 7th thou. That was one of them that was going to be a big old. You know what that means, but that is why we race them on the track. Tim Webster, moving on to round 2, and sometimes that's all you need is that one little cookie to make your day. Uh-oh. Here he is, Mr. 460, Ronnie Procopio, left lane. Number 28 qualifier to 464. John Schwartz out of New York on Calvin Blandon's Kawasaki, your number 25 qualifier. Right lane, John Schwartz, champion in his own right through Top Gas. Has the equipment. Let's see how this one goes down. Green lights a pair. It is Procopio. What a drag race. 4616. Besting the 4619. Ronnie 013. Butch 025. The margin was 015 down there. Great drag race first round. That is some tough action in the first round of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. As tough as it gets, Ronnie Procopio moving on to round 2. Defending national champion Deshaun Wheeler next up in the TBM brakes lane. He's out of Louisville, Kentucky. And Curtis Griggs on his beautiful Suzuki. Curtis out of North Carolina. Curtis holds the qualifying advantage, but they certainly don't need to say it again. And we are getting down to it, so Robinson Industries Pro Open, you are on standby at this point. Oh, Curtis goes red. 460 with a 5 for Deshaun. Deshaun Wheeler moving it on to round number 2. Big Mike Murphy coming up in the left lane. He is taking on Mike Wagner. Mike just watched his daughter power down through there with a clean, straight run. Problem solved. Let's see if the same holds true for Mike. Qualified well down in the field with a 474 that was only good for 47th. Big Mike Murphy, your number 6 qualifier. 460 with a 7, only got him 6th. Oh, red light start, right lane. It's over for Mike Wagner, 467. Mike Murphy, 466, moving it into round number 2. I've got Brad Gleason coming up in the left lane. He's out of Maryland. Mantez Thompson, this will be senior, out of Alabama. Gleason, 463 qualified. Mantez, 464. Gleason, slight qualifying advantage, number 24 versus number 29 in this enormous Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 field. But throw it out the window. Two very, very tough racers right here. Oh, green lights. Brad, 462 with a 2. 005 on the tree. Mantez was 032. Went a 461 flat. Couldn't seal the deal. Brad Gleason moving on to round 2. Off of that 005 start, he put the win light on. Morris Ball, left side. Micah Wheeler Jr. just saw his dad advance. Morris, Alabama, Kawasaki Power. Big qualifying advantage to Micah. 30-plus spots up in the field, but let's see what the racetrack tells us. Double O lights a pair. 478 for the W. Morris Ball off the throttle. Morris Ball was 008 and he was late. Micah Wheeler Jr. 001 but had trouble off the starting line. And that was the end of his day. Morris Ball and the time, moving it into round 2. Oh, looks like an opponent broke single right here. Rock Sanders unable to make the call. Sean Rainey making the trip down from Waterford, Connecticut on his Suzuki. Sean the Rain Man Rainey. Qualified 15th with a 461.8. He gets a free pass into round number 2. .460 with a 1. Sean Rainey all over that number. 4.601. Sean Rainey advancing. And that finally puts a period on our Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 field. What a show, first round. We're going to move directly into Robinson Industries Pro Open. I need Fast by Gas Pro Mod bikes paired in lane 3. Fast by Gas Pro Mod paired in lane 3. Pro Mod, pair them up in lane 3. And I do need my Ultra Sportsman rear 4. Looks like we got some pairs already. Thank you guys and gals. Outstanding job. Ultra Sportsman rear of lane 4 for pairing purposes. And just push them up right behind the Pro Open bikes. It's going to be a great drag race right here. Jeffrey Hill, left lane, your number 2 qualifier on a more traditional Pro Mod type bike, nitrous oxide Suzuki. Carburetor or possibly FuelTech fuel injected. He's up against the giant turbo machine of Tommy Saxon, Hayabusa powered, Bill Vos Racing tuned, and we seen Bill. He's your number 1 qualifier, so obviously he has the tune. Tommy Saxon has absolutely flown here at previous Man Cup events, and he likes that right lane. Saxon, Hill. It will be Hill. Saxon, trouble off the move. Kenny Hill. Jeffrey Hill, excuse me, it's Jeffrey Hill. His best pass of the weekend, 4:15, 167. Oh, and Tommy Saxon turned it red as well. I did not see that. So his day was over before it started, but he had trouble off the starting line. Something went awry. And your number 1 qualifier, Bill Vos, coming up. He has a legal bye. All right, your number one qualifier, he has a legal bye run in this round, and then it looks like Rob Giard will take up an opponent broke single in the absence of his competitor. Opponent broke single coming up for Rob Giard, the rider that he was scheduled to race is not making the call. Unfortunate break for that rider. Billy Vose, 399 with an 8, your number one qualifier, 189 mile per hour. All right. Billy Vose just watched his tune bike struggle in the right lane. He has chose the left lane, interestingly enough, but Bill Vose, if you've been around the sport long enough, know that he can ride anything and he can tune anything. An elite tuner as well as an elite rider. Vose moving it in. What does he have in store for you? Straight and true, 405, 180, a Sunday drive for Billy Vose. Some smoke coming out of that machine down through there. Obviously, with the smoke coming out of the Vose machine, we're going to have a very close look at the racetrack first, as well as a close look at the motorcycle. Riders, we are on standby, but we'll finish up Robinson Industries Pro Open, and we'll move to Fast by Gas Pro Modified. And then we're going to move directly into Ultra Sportsman. Look like I got a fair few number of pairs already stacked up in lane 4. So if you are in Ultra Sportsman and you're not in lane 4, you're going to miss your call. All right, if we can move the motorcycles out of the water box, we're going to have some maintenance on the top end. Not sure how this will be, but at this point, all riders are on standby, please. All right, Rob Giard is going to elect to forego his opponent broke single, and he will move into round 2. Rob Giard moving into round 2, and he will lose lane choice. Rob Giard is now in round number 2. And when we come back, we'll move directly into Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Well, as you can see, we've got a cleanup on the top end. Bill Vo's machine oiling the racetrack. Once that cleanup is done, we'll be moving into Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Braden Davis, your number 1 qualifier. Paul Gass, number 2. Jeff House, number 3. Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Great field of motorcycles here this weekend. As in all categories, we appreciate all racers coming out to the FuelTech World Finals. Ricardo Marte, could you report to the timing tower? Ricardo Marte to the timing tower, please. Ricardo Marte, please report to the timing tower. Andale. All right, the ever hard-working staff here at SGMP getting that racetrack back high and tight as we getting ready to move into Fast by Gas Pro Modified action. I do have a fair bit of Ultra Sportsman bikes stacked and racked in lane number 4, and if you're not there, you will miss the round. Ultra Sportsman stacked and racked in lane 4, and at this time, back of lane 5, please. Back of lane 5, MTC Engineering Super Comp riders. back of lane 5 for pairings. If you've got your dancing partner, push it up to the front of lane 5, please. Super comp to the rear of lane 5 for pairing purposes.
So, Ultra 460. Some say it's the baddest class out here. I would not argue. And we're standing right here with the baddest man in the class, Tyrone Lemons. Tyrone, you find yourself on the top of the points right now. And I looked at the math. Looks like you only got to go a round or two to lock it up. Am I right?
Yes, sir. A round or two should lock me in.
Right.
But with the competition right now, it's going to be pretty tough.
Well, I'm telling you what, yeah, they definitely shook the tree for this race, and there's a lot of competition out here. How do you feel about your chances in the shootout?
Listen, all I can say is I can do my best. Try to maintain that number one spot and go far as I can.
So is your primary focus now winning the championship? Would you say that to be a true statement?
Most definitely, yes.
Outstanding. Now, have you been number one in Pro Ultra 460 before?
No, my first time. Really first time running 460. Yeah, pro mod for so long now I just tried some 460 and having a little fun and enjoying it.
Well, so outstanding performance. What do you attribute your success to, jumping right into 460 and doing so well?
Family.
Family.
All my brothers, everybody 460, 460. And family is one that brings it all together.
Well, and I couldn't say more than that, and I think we'll just leave it at that for now. Tyrone, good luck this weekend.
Thank
I
you.
wish you all the best as far as maintaining that points lead, because I know you're up against it. He's up against it.
Yes, thank you.
Tyrone Lemons, points leader in Ultra 460. Here now with Mr. Brian Smith and one of the rarest of animals, the Kawasaki in 460. And of course, we got the whole family here. Everybody say hey. Hey, all right. So Brian Smith, tell us, what makes a man put himself through Kawasaki in a world of Suzukis?
Well, the competition of a Kawasaki, the engine's placement. Suzuki has bigger engines. We limited to the 1640 with as big as you can go with the Kawasaki, and we just love to have fun with the Suzukis and show, hey, you got a big man and a little man. Sometimes the little man wins.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. So how big is your Kawasaki?
My Kawasaki is a 1500 cc Vortex engine. Not as big as the 1640 that you could go up to, but just 1500, 460 class. Good Vortex engine, don't have any issues, run all year long.
Right on. So Give us a little insight. Who do you thank for this? Shout outs for people at home. Of course, you brought the family, but any sponsors, anybody in particular you want to say hey to?
Mr. Bill Robinson with this Robinson 4-speed transmission.
Yeah, it'd be nothing without that.
And it's absolutely amazing. I've had this bike set up since 2021 and have not had any issues out of it. We just thank all our sponsors and that we have that put this thing together for us. My dad, just everybody, We got, if you can see the stickers on the bike, they represent the people, Hollywood. Cooper Performance, he put this engine together.
Jerry Cooper, bad man.
Yes, bad man. And so we just want MTC, Mr. Eric down at MTC. We buy all our parts and stuff from them and different people. So the normal. The usual suspect. So that's a quick look at a Kawasaki 460 bike. We've got dozens of 460 bikes here this weekend. We're going to bring you as many of them as we can. This is Man Cup World Finals, and only the best have come out for this weekend. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
And thank you, family.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at this.
SGMP staff getting that racetrack back and ready for you, ladies and gentlemen, and we appreciate the efforts. Jeff House, right lane. Oh, it looks like Braden Davis is going to take his opponent, number one qualifier. Braden Davis, number one qualifier. We're going right into Ultra Sportsman, directly into Ultra Sportsman behind Pro Mod and Super Comp riders. I need them back of the lanes in 5. Find your dancing partner, push it up. Braden Davis, your number one qualifier here in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Braden was your number one qualifier with a 4:04.6, 175 mile per hour, and that's across the 1/8 of a mile. Braden Davis here. Oh, working down through there. 4:05 with a 2, nearly matching his qualifying effort in this direct sunlight. Look at that SGMP surface working for you. All right, number 3 qualifier next up, Jeff House. He's in the Summit Racing lane. Qualified 3rd with a 4:12. JP Maddox out of Atlanta, Georgia. Maddox, your number 8 qualifier, 4:29, 162. JP has his work cut out for him right here. Jeff and Sandra House coming over from Texas. Just saw Braden Davis nearly match his qualifying time. House is in. Maddox. House is able to drive around him by 090, 421. Jeff House drove around him. JP goes 429. JP had put a chunk on him through the 60-foot, but the FBG Power and Jeff House drove around him. House, like Braden Davis, moving to round number 2. Terry Wynn left side and Lance Hines next up. Win number 5 at 410. Hines 419. Ultra Sportsman, you're on standby out of 4. Super Comp, let's get you riders paired up in the back of 5 and moved up in 5 as pairs. Good looking drag race right here, green lights. It is Lance Hines with the upset. Hines 422, besting Terry Wynn's 423. Hines carried the reaction time advantage, and Lance Hines moves into round number 2, along with Braden Davis and Jeff House. Next up, class sponsor and kingpin, Paul Gast. 76 years young, still getting it done on a beautiful red Fast by Gas machine in the Summit Racing lane. He's up against none other than Big Rick Perry. Big Rick missing his number 1 henchman, Chrome, this weekend, but making do with Mike Perry, Scott Baber, Krakalici, and Christine Babor. Everybody getting the job done, along with the the Rick Perry fan club. Where are they? Rick Perry fan club is around here somewhere, I can assure you.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Hey, now here with Kevon Crawford on this really fascinating grudge bike. And you know, I was joking with Kevon when I walked up. I'm like, hey, where's the rest of it? And I found it. There it is. Little carbon fiber wing. So not pulling any punches. What made you decide to go for the naked look?
Well, I didn't want a 1000 tail section, and this is a conversion. And the Gen 3 is a little on the expensive end, so we just said not to use one.
Well, I mean, you know, to the extent that it's pretty much just window dressing anyway. I mean, it doesn't really do much on a modern grudge bike. So, hey, who knows? You know, you might be onto something here.
Save a few pounds.
Hey, there you go. Maybe even a couple dollars. Although, obviously, saving money is not the primary goal of building a bike like this. Never has been. So, who do you want to thank for your progress? You look like a young man. How long have you been doing this?
Since I was 14, and I'm now 24, so 10 years.
10 years already. And how many laps have you made on this particular machine?
More than I can count, for sure.
Right on. So just another one of the amazing grudge bikes. And keep in mind, next year we're going to have an entire grudge series as part of Man Cub Drag Racing. So we're going to see way more cool bikes like this weekend and in the future. 2026, grudge is coming big time. Thank you, Kevon.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Last 408 with a 9. 408.9, 171 through the 8th mile. Paul Gast advances into round 2, and he will enjoy a bye run in elimination round number 2. Next up, we're going to have Smitty in the right lane on Black Ops. Perry, an off-pace 6:03 at 83 mile per hour. Neither rider there particularly sharp on the tree. Both of them were a bit off the pace. Gast advancing. Travis Davis, left lane, he's your number 4 qualifier at 4:14. Gerald Smith, number 7 at 4:25, and this will put a period on Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Will move directly into Ultra Sportsman 950 Index Racing. Somebody runner-up at the last event we had, so he's been on a roll. 4:25 his qualifying time, and a 4:14 for Travis Davis. Both riders in and gone. Looks like it's Travis pulling away. It is Travis Davis for the dub. Davis, 4:13, actually improved against his qualifying time of 4:14. Gerald Smith gave it all he had at 4:31, 1:59. Travis Davis moving on to round number 2.
Four, three. So a big part of Man Cub drag racing is now and has always been the family affair. And what we're seeing here right now is none other than a very famous drag racer by the name of Bill Vose. And if you've spent any time around motorcycle drag racing, you know that name. It is a household name in this sport, has been for decades. Of course, Bill Vose right now is in the process of working on a bike that his young daughter is riding. And so the mantle gets passed, the baton is shifted from father to daughter. Bill Vose, of course, still racing himself, but bringing up his youngins to follow in the sport of their family tradition. And here they are working together on the bike that she's currently riding in 460. Like many 460 bikes, it is a bike that previously did time as a pro mod and is now still making good hard laps under the extremely knowledgeable tutelage of Bill Vose.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech.
Patrick Butler left side, Joe Clemmy in the right lane. Win the Clemmy 951 on the 950. Outstanding pass for Joe Clemmy. Patrick Butler 958. Something definitely awry with the machine in the right lane for Chris Mims. Left lane taking the win. Brad Rudseal left side, Evan Silkowski. Evan, your number one qualifier, and he's still in it. He takes the win, moving on. We are in Ultra Sportsman and going to be heading towards Super Comp. Win left side, Markham and Mantez Thompson Jr. That was a monster matchup first round. Breakout left side. Oh man, Mantez is going to be unhappy with himself. Markham, the old veteran, schooled him on the finish line. Mantez had him nailed dead to rights, but Markham made him pay. Ooh, that was a titanic battle in the first round here of Ultra Sportsman. We're moving through. Ultra Sportsman will move directly into Super Comp. So Super Comp, if you're not paired and ready to go, you will miss this round. Schwartz Law Group, top gas, rear of lanes, and you can push them up in lane 6 soon as you got pairs. Schwartz Law Group, top gas. Come on, let's move it. You guys are back there. Let's pair them up. Find your dancing partner and push it up in lane 6, please. Kendall Scales next up in the Summit Racing lanes. Malik Taylor, TBM Brakes lanes. Malik coming over from Raytown, Missouri, the home of Plesser Racing. Hayabusa, right side. It is a win for Malik. Moving on to round 2, Kendall. 964 in the loss. And it's Jonah Allen with the news. Jonah, right lane, and Travis Edwards, left lane. 950 with a 0. 950 with a 0 in the winning effort, and he got there first. Barry Pryor Sr. in deep. Stanley Russell left lane. Big Stan rumbling, bumbling. Finish line says Stanley Russell. Another finish line job. Stanley Russell dead late on that Christmas tree, but he made Barry Pryor Sr. pay. Stanley Russell, Wiley veteran, moving on to second round out of Macon, Georgia. And we're about to put a period onto Ultra Sportsman and move into MTC Engineering Super Comp. Lane 6 is open for my Top Gas riders that are paired. Top Gas riders, get them paired up. Push them up in lane 6, please. Top Gas, pair up and push up in lane 6. Super Comp action. Randy Smith taking the dub. He goes 888 with a 5, 140.72. And he bested Sherrod Fulgham, a great sponsor out here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Fulgham family just up the road in Adel. trouble with his machine and ending his day early. Next pair up, Dwayne Leachman, left side. Dalton Markham, right lane, and it is the win to Markham, 898. Oh, big reaction time advantage for Dalton. He takes the W. He was a finalist in the Super Comp shootout with Braden Davis last night, and he continues to roll on. Dalton Markham moving up to lane round number 2. Top gas, please. Pair up and push up in lane 6. Pair up and push up in lane 6 as a pair. See, we got some of our competitors doing just that. Thank you very much. Santi Rodriguez Jr., defending national champion, showing why. His 903 besting Hunter Carbone. Santi moving on to round 2. We are in MTC Engineering Super Comp action. Super Comp action. Huge field of MTC Engineering Super Comp riders. Eric Connor right side and slick Wade Smith out of Dudley, Georgia. Wade, identical 892s with a 4, and Wade did it on the tree. Wade Smith moving into round number 2. Stacy Smith out of Azalea, Georgia. Trouble with the Great Depression. Mile Koenig, right lane, takes the win. Mile Koenig advances Stacy with trouble. Aborted run. Let's see if he can make sure to clear the racing surface. Riders, when you have those type of troubles and you're still under power, please get it off of the racing surface. All you're doing is holding up your fellow competitors. And Stacy looking like he got the memo and he will clear the track. Thank you, Stacy Smith. Once again, if you can clear the track, please do it. Mike Lukoski, your number 2 qualifier left side, and Ricardo Marte. As I said in 460, sometimes you can throw the qualifying right out the window. Not here. Double breakout, outstanding race. Riders were near identical on the tree. Lukoski 8897, besting the 8890 for Marte. And Lukoski got there with 7th out to spare. That was a great, great drag race here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Mantez Thompson Jr., left side, Michael Smith. And it does appear Mantez is making short work of that. Michael Smith, just like his cousin, a troubled start, spends an early defeat for Michael Smith here in Super Comp action. Top gas, top gas. Let's get them paired up and stacked up in lane number 6. Thank you. Super Comp, we're working through it. Super Eliminator. Super Eliminator to lane number 3. Super Eliminator, lane number 3. Super Eliminator, lane number 3. Scotty Samish, second generation racer, 8,920 for the loss there. 897 for Timmy Davis. Davis, slight reaction time advantage and closer to number, spells victory. Kyle Fulgham taking the W there in that pair, besting Randy Butler. Kyle, 898 for the victory and moving on to round 2. Kevin Adams out of Ohio besting Damian Solis, the Florida runner, proprietor over there at the Little Jerry's Lemonade Stand, which is open for business. Damian going down in defeat, his 906, unable to match the 903 from Adams. Arlo Charlton, Summit Racing Lane. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., he is in the TBM Brakes lane. This is a good drag race. 898 for the win. Charlton moving on, 5 thou margin of victory, besting the 899 by Schmidt. Schmidt with a slight reaction time advantage, unable to make that a win. Charlton moving on. Pete Peterson and Bernard Gilbert. Gilbert, the win, 904. Peterson further off of the number at a 912, 142 for Peterson. Peterson coming up from Clearwater, Florida. Bernard Gilbert, Covington, Georgia, calling it home. Gilbert on to the second round of eliminations. Rylan Rowe, left side. Eric Yost, right side. Yost for the dub, 897. Besting the 9 flat by Rowe. Yost moves it to round number 2. Shane Cunningham left side, Harvey Hubbard in the right lane. Finish line. Win for Cunningham. Harvey breaking out. Had to go 888 to get there. Shane Cunningham moving on. Harvey's day is over in Super Comp. Mike Perry from the Perry Brothers Flying Circus in the right lane. He's up against Jordan Weiss in the left lane. Weiss, 897. Oh, Perry, 892. So you do know what that means. Jordan Weiss advancing to the second round of eliminations in Super Comp. Scott DeLong taking the win over Joe Clemmy, one of the Iowa Assassins, down all the way from the snow belt up in Iowa. possibly the last time they'll see sunshine till February. Looks like an opponent broke single for Randall Cross moving around too. Kenny Strauss out of North Carolina unable to make the call. Strauss unable to make it, unfortunately. Cross 897, 152. Top gas, push him up his pairs. Push him up his pairs in lane 6, please. I do need super eliminator. I need those riders to lane 3. Super eliminator, lane 3, please. That's Darren McCurdy of Pro Stock fame, left side, and he's up against Pretty Boy. Pretty Boy taking the win. CJ Mims, 895, besting the 910 by Darren McCurdy. Darren laying that tree over 013, but he could not make him pay. Mims moving on. McCurdy's day is over with the vintage Pro Stock effort. Greg Underdahl's bike, really cool early 80s Vance and Hines Pro Stock bike right there. Glenn Geiger, Ashburn, Georgia, right lane. John Markham coming down from Kentucky. Good little drag race right here. Markham 893. Glenn Geiger breaking out 878 in the losing effort. Markham to round number 2. Super Eliminator lane 3, please. Super Eliminator lane 3. Jonah Allen right side, James Baffert left. Allen 894, besting the 897. Jonah Allen, Louisville, Kentucky, moving on. Braden Davis left side, Dan Carbone. Davis 915 advancing. 915 advancing. Barry Pryor Sr. in the Summit Racing lane. Nick Noble, something not shifting. And that tells me that Noble's shifted. He takes the win. Barry Pryor Sr. Tough go in the first round, and he's out of it. And we have an opponent broke single here with one of the Iowa Assassins. This is Tom Clemmy. Unfortunately, Ronnie Woodall Sr. unable to make the call. Tom, right lane, looking to do better than Joe did. Sounds like he will. He is in round number 2, and he looks smooth. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas is moving to the puddle, so if you're not there, you're going to miss the round. 891.6, making it look easy. Tom Clemmy. All right, Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas will be next on Racetrack. Super Eliminator, lane 3. Super Eliminator, pair them up, lane 3. And at this time, I can have Street ET back to lane 1. Street ET back to lane 1. Random pair. Street ET, lane 1. Random pair. This is Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. The Schwartz Law Group out of St. Louis, Missouri. The only firm capable of taking on Morgan & Morgan and winning. Kenny Schwartz, probably up in the ivory tower right now watching the race on the live stream. The Manufacturers Cup live stream. Kenny Schwartz, legal magnet. Cintron for the win. Cintron for the win. 821. Mike Lingo, 835 in the loss. Chad Ott's right side and Rodney McFarland. Chad Ott's 821 as well for the victory. Rodney McFarland way too quick. 807 in the loss. Big time battle here, Kentucky versus Ohio. Matt Nags, former Pro ET champion, left side on his Suzuki. Rashad Rowe, right lane out of Kentucky. Oh, Nags. 828, 148. Troubled pass for Rashad Rowe. 853, 151 in the loss. Street ET, lane 1 is now open for you. Random pairs, Street ET, lane 1 is open. Dwayne Schmidt, left side. Jeremy the Wild Man in the right lane. Schmidt, 825, Wildman breaking out. Great drag race, both riders with outstanding reaction times. Victory, Dwayne Schmidt. Next up, your number 1 qualifier, Seth Bouchieri on his legal buy run. legal bye run right here for Seth Bouchieri, your number 1 qualifier. He went 8:21.2 to grab the pole. He's got a free pass. Seth. 8:19 with a 7. Mike's got that bike dialed in. Mark Chaffee, Steve Breakstone. It's Breakstone for the win. Breakstone 8:33, moving on. Super Eliminator, let's get them paired up and ready to go in lane 3. Looks like we're doing pretty good so far. Street ET, lane 1 is open for you. Random pair. Jeremy England there getting the best of Chris Sulkowski. Sulkowski breaking out. England to the good and moving into round number 2. Brandon Cunningham and Dwayne Leachman. Oh, Leachman unable to run the number. He had a decided reaction time advantage. But Brandon Cunningham, 8:27, moving on. He will definitely be counting his blessings in that pair. Heather Baldy taking the win, 8:16. Shane Cunningham unable to make the call. Competition break for Heather Baldy, moving her around 2, but the champ shows how it's done here in Schwartz Law Group. Top Gas goes in 8:16, 161. Rich Holder all over the lane. Kept it in the lane. Victory, Brian Miner, 820 with an 8 at 177. Brian Miner, he needed every bit of it. He was way late on the tree. Rich Holder taking up about 1,500 foot of highway, 837, unable to seal the deal. Brian Miner, the Georgia runner, moving on. George Jones and Levante Clark. Well, we got Ken Strauss here in Top Gas. Good to see Ken making a call in Top Gas. Garrett, Pee Wee Carter, left side. He's over there in Quitman, Georgia. Strauss coming down from North Carolina. It is Strauss for the win. Trouble for Carter, early shutoff. Strauss to round 2. Super Eliminator, let's get them locked and loaded, please. Jerry Hurley, Dalton Markham. Hurley, turned it red. Jerry Hurley, his day's over from Ohio. He turned it red, wasted an 821. Dalton Markham storming on, 830, 164. Super Eliminator's on deck in lane 3. Super Eliminator on deck in lane 3. At this time, I need round 2. Round 2 of 460. Round 2, 460. Back of lane 5 for pairings. 460, rear of lane 5 for pairings. 460 only. 460 only, rear of lane 5, pairings. 460, rear of lane 5 for your pairings.
Matt Smith, Doghouse Racing. What are you doing now? What's going on with this one?
We've been trying to get on the track.
And how you been doing with that?
Not very well.
And what
So
is
that's
the
why
problem?
we're over here in the losers lane right now.
The losers lane.
The guys are over there in the shootout, and we're over here still trying to figure it out. So.
Well, you think you got a handle on it now?
And we're gonna see. I think so.
We're gonna find out.
Three tries. Last one we went A to B. I had to fight it, so hopefully we got the fight out of it, and it goes on down the track. Good
Never
deal.
count this guy out. Shootout's going on right now, so we're going to get back to that action.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Alex Hughes passes him at the 330. Hughes, 808, early shut off 127. Alex Hughes, 117 to 60. 484, 142 to the 8th mile. Sterling Weeks, a unique engine combination, bringing it out. Glad to have you here, Sterling. Bike not running up to snuff. Sure they'll get it right for the next time. Super Eliminator in action. I need Street ET to lane number 1. At this time, Pro ET, lane 2 is open. Pro ET, lane number 2 is open for you. Random pair, Pro ET, lane number 2. Random pairs. B-Twin ET can bring him to 3. You're on a chip draw, C. Broderick. Steve Gurley left side, Larry Wingfield in the right. 007 for Gurley, and he wins it. He wins it. Wingfield a little further off of the index here in Super Eliminator. Some great racing in Super. It's a fun product. Dave Boyd, left side out of Texas. Another cackling H2 over there, Perry Paul from Ohio. Paul on a ZX14 entry. Near identical indexes. Boyd away, Perry chasing him. Has Perry got enough room? Boyd for the win, 878. 885 for Perry Paul. Paul was behind on the tree, and that sealed it. Dave Boyd moving on to the next round, and it appears that it'll be Scotty Allen getting the unfortunate, very unfortunate opponent broke single. The coordinator of the category, Kevin Hutchinson, one of the very nicest people you'll ever meet at or away from a racetrack, had that unfortunate top-end incident on Friday night with the front end washing out after he cleared the finish line at 137 mile per hour. Thoughts and prayers with Kevin and his family. Scotty Allen will take the opponent broke single because that was a legal run that Kevin had made. Scotty Allen moves into round 2, and I can assure you it's not how he wanted to do it. But nonetheless, he does it, and that H2 ring dings its way through. There you go. Scotty Allen. Steve Chandler, right lane. His index is 935. Jim Chongris. He's on a D&G chassis, Chrome Molly chassis, H2. Bike built for Butch Million. Jim Chongris astride it. Chongris, his index is 770. He's gonna see a lot of Chandler out in the front view. So you have the patience to wait. Chandler gone. Oh, that H2 digging. Oh, getting over near the wall. It looks like it's going to be all Chandler here. And it is. Chandler 37 on a 35. Good job. ET categories be next, and I do need 460 only. Rear of lane 5 for pairing purposes, 460. Rear of lane 5 for pairing purposes. We're moving into Street ET. Lane 2 is open for Pro ET, and lane 3 is now open for V-Twin ET. V-Twin, you're on a chip draw. Bradrick will do the chip draw. Pro ET, random pair, lane 2. ET categories coming up, and then 460 and 460 only. 460 riders, get it to the back of lane 5 for your pairings, and then push them up in 5. All right, the short-term run order. Street ET, Pro ET, V-Twin ET. Street ET, Pro ET, V-Twin ET, and then 460. All right, we're kicking it through the third round of eliminations here in Voodoo Custom Street ET. Voodoo Custom Street ET is on the move, running through. Hard Times Parts and Service. Pro ET, you're on deck in lane number 2. And my V-Twin riders, stack them up in lane 3. You will see Broderick Jackson for a chip draw. 460 riders, I see them. We got some pairs already. Great job, 460 riders. Let's knock it down around. 460, you got your pairs. Push it all the way to the front of 5, please. Pair them up, push them up to the front of 5. Jordan Weiss in defeat against CJ Mims in that pair. Mims 929 on an 892. Jordan Weiss unfortunately turned it red, and his day came to an end here in round 3 of Voodoo Custom Street ET action. Voodoo Custom Street ET action, round 3. We've got Hard Times Parts and Service. Pro ET going to be coming up behind it, and the chip draw for the V-Twin fellas, round number 3. Bryce pulled the trigger too quick. 007 red. 007 red for Bryce Jackson, McDonough, Georgia, Gixxer 1000, and he's out his 888-1 on an 888. He was ready to weld somebody, but that light's got to be green to do it. Patrick Butler, the beneficiary, and he was all over his dial in 962 on a 960. Patrick Butler moving it on to round number 3. Round number 4 at this point. Street ET well into it, Street ET. Oh, Malik Purnell turns it red. Bernard Gilbert moving on. Bernard Gilbert moving into the next round of Street ET action. Markham marching on, 9-10 with a 1 on a 9-10. Ed Ruffin turned it red, but Markham showed he was dialed, and he was dialed. Ooh, big head start right here. Russell Lemons, 12:25, 9:52 for Brian Rudeseel. Brian, 9:51.6 on the win. Russell Lemons was 002 on the tree. Outstanding reaction time for the Loganville, Georgia rider, but just broke out by a chunk. And Brian Rudeseel also very good on the tree. Made him pay and moved on to the next round. We got one more pair in the legal buy, and then we're moving into MPS Racing Pro ET. Kenny Satterley, right lane, and Rylan Rowe in the left lane. Rylan turns it red by 2 thou. He will be kicking himself, I am sure. Satterley, 1098 on a 1090 for the W. Rowe, 901 on an 895 in a losing effort, and the legal buy run is up. So that puts a period on this round of Voodoo Customs Street ET action. We're going to move into Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. V-Twin Riders, lane 3 for your chip draw. V-Twin ET Riders, lane 3 for your chip draw. I need 460 riders stacked and packed in lane 5. You're going after V-Twin. And here we go. Round 3 of Pro ET. Round number 3. Chance to move into the 4th round with a win here. And the Slayer first up, left side, coming up from Florida. Commercial Land Baron Vance Howdy Shell. He's on a Harley Davidson live wire. He's got Eric Yost out of Ohio in the right lane. Morris Ball and JP Maddox in 460. Let's get him in the lane right now. Morris Ball, JP Maddox, 460. To the lanes right now in 460. Seems like JP slid right in there with all those millions he carries. JP ain't playing around. Thank you, JP Maddox and Morris Ball, for being in the lanes already. We don't need you. You're there. And we got Jonah with the news in the right lane. Jonah Allen, Louisville, Kentucky, next up. Daryl Stevens, left side. Jonah Allen goes red and his day's over in Pro ET. Daryl Stevens, Navarre, Florida. He was 006 on the tree. 870 dialed. He goes 870 with a 0. Daryl Stevens coming loaded with a double barrel shotgun, and he is not here to play. Daryl Stevens moving it on to the next round. Woo! Near perfect pass for Daryl. Mike Lakoski, left side. Kyle Fulgham, right lane. Oh, give it to the right lane. The cheering section down here, lighten up. Oh, boy. They're proud of Dad right there. Kyle moving on. 885. He was 004 on the tree. Double breakout race, but it was Kyle's to win, and he did win it. Mike Lakoski. He was 04 on the tree, broke out by 8. Did what he could, but the reaction time advantage that Kyle had spelled the difference as he moves to the next round. Rolling through the lanes here of Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET. James Bradford for the W-Nat pair over Rarick Gross. 911 on a 908, moving it on. Pro ET action, we're going to move into the chip-drawn V-Twins right behind this. Chip-drawn V-Twins will be up right behind this, and then 460 next round. Outstanding job, 460 riders, getting up here, understanding the size of your field, and getting the job done. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 for pairings. left side there. Right side in defeat. I need Ultra Sportsman to the rear of lane 4 for pairings. You will be up after 460. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. You will be up after 460. Dalton Markham for the win. Seth Buscieri breaking out by 2, and he took a way bunch of stripe. Oh, he's going to be mad on that one. All right, and the Radical Machines of V-Twin ET, the chip draw is done. They'll be pulling out. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. You will run behind 460. Ultra Sportsman, rear of staging for pairings. We've got the V-Twin machines pulling out, and Ultra 460 will be behind that. I need to get my Ultra Sportsman to the back of lane 4 so we can pair them up and get you guys up. You will run after 460. Good job of all riders keeping up with us, trying to get the program through. All right, we got the first pair of riders right here. That's going to be Kenny Satterley in the left side, Perry Paul right lane. Paul goes red. Satterley, automatic win. Satterley dialed 1090, rumbling. And a bumbling, 1089 on that 1090. Kenny Satterley is on the number. Satterley coming from Holly Springs, Georgia, and he sends Perry Paw packing in the second round of eliminations here in our Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead sponsored V-Twin ET. Wild machines out here. And oh, we got Vance Howdyshell from Florida, left lane on his Buell. Lindbergh Simmons going for a Sunday ride, and he's doing it. Green and green. Is it going to be Lindbergh or Vance? It is. Lindbergh Simmons on a double breakout. Wow, Vance Howdyshell breaks out 1025 on the 1030 in losing effort. 1271, less of an evil deal for Lindbergh Simmons. Vance had a bit more to give, but couldn't seal the deal on the top end, much to the dismay of Taco. Taco had put an extra 10 on this race. Oh, the Chopper Man's up next. Wow, Ken Kobe from Ohio. He's got Tom Clemmy, the Iowa assassin, running in V-Twin. The Chopper Man roaring down through there. Green lights a pair. Win. Clemmy, 1055. 1055 on a 1043. Chopper Man, 1225 on a 1226. So you know what that means. Clemmy moving on. Jimmy the Birthday Boy Smith against Greg Rolls. Jimmy making Georgia on the Harley. Rolls on the TL1000 Suzuki Twin. Good green light drag race right here. Can the Birthday Boy do it? Jimmy Smith. It is Jimmy for the win. Jimmy Smith, 1028 on a 1014. Rolls with the reaction time advantage, but runs way off his dial in defeat. Jimmy Smith, the birthday wish continues on. Larry Berger, Jacksonville, Florida, normally on his V-Rod mount, but I guess it has let him down, and he's on his Sportster, and it's dialed a 1334. Stacy Smith, who just watched his pops win. Stacy out of Lazelia, Georgia, he's dialed. He is dialed a 1242. Yeah, the Slayer did let us down. Unbelievable. Manny was over at the Hard Rock and put a Big 10 spot down on it in the Slayer, unable to seal the deal. Berger, Smith. It is Stacy Smith, 1255 on a 1242 with the win. Larry Berger closer to the dial-in, but off on the reaction time. Stacy Smith moving it on. Well, we got Barry Pryor Sr. back in action, and he's going for a Sunday ride, and he's got one of Jimmy's other offsprings over there. These Smiths are like gremlins. They multiply. Casey Smith left lane, trouble, and Barry Pryor will not miss that. I can assure you. Pryor, W, 1278. Both riders were in the O's on the reaction time, but Casey's 2002 Harley let him down. All right, V-Twin is nearly done. We're going to move to 460. I need my remaining riders and Ultra Sportsman back of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman back of 4. Let's get them paired up and pushed up. Ultra Sportsman, back of 4. Pair them up, push them up. And Kevin Jones will be on a single. We had 14 contestants. I'm not sure if this is an opponent broke or a legal buy, but Kevin Jones. Mr. Jones moving on. Familiar rumble of the Harley-Davidson V-twin rolling through there. He's dialed a 1220, and he musters a 1223.
And one of the most interesting bikes here this weekend, of course, is none other than our proprietor, Hollywood Broderick Jackson, and the bike he calls 2020, which among the 460 bikes is definitely one of the most delicious pieces. Right here we see a man doing the maintenance on this bike by the name of Pinky, and this is actually the first time I've seen Pinky in this role of working directly on Hollywood's machine. Of course, I've worked with Pinky here for the last year as part of the Man Cub crew, but he has a decidedly different set of roles here this weekend as he does the maintenance on Hollywood's machine. So keep in mind, this is the 460 Showdown, and more of these bikes coming at you this weekend. More action. It's the Man Cup World Finals. Stay tuned.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
So we got a guy here who has gone very fast this weekend. Ricky Gadsden has crested the 200-mile-per-hour zone again. And from what we were talking about a little earlier when you were accepting your #1 qualifier,
Morris Ball, left side. JP Maddox, right side. Second round action in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Oh, trouble for JP. Left lane 467. 467 for the win. Krakalici. John Krakalici left lane. Pete Hubbard in the Summit Racing lane. Hubbard, Mississippi. Krakalici, Florida. Pete Hubbard, much better qualifying position, but as round one showed, that doesn't mean squat anymore. Hubbard, trouble off the line. Krakalici, trouble down track, and it will be Hubbard. That's why you race him on the racetrack. Pete Hubbard, 560 with a 7 for the win. 733 with a 9 for Krakalici. If you'd have said you're going to win 560 with a 7, a full second off of the index, and not have a red light in the other lane, you wouldn't believe that one. But Pete Hubbard carrying the rabbit's foot into round 3. Jeff House. He's in the left lane. Mike Lingo. All right. Extracting that rider off of the top end, the SGMP staff right on it, getting them out of the way. Lingo, House. Green lights a pair. Win, House, 462 with a 9. Mike Lingo, 467 in a losing effort. Charlie Farrar, left lane. Brandon Elliott, right lane. Ultra Sportsman paired up and ready to go in lane 4, please. Super Comp, MTC Engineering Super Comp, back of lane 5 for pairings. Super Comp, back of lane 5 for pairings, please. Red light start, Brandon Elliott, his day is done. Charlie Farrar was 009 on the tree, but off pace 498 once again. Sliding right through Brandon Elliott. Unfortunately, goes 466, but with a 003 red light. Chad Otts next up, left side. Bobby Holland, right side. Holland Kawasaki power. Otts, Fast by Gas, Suzuki power. Ooh, shot out of a cannon, great reaction times. And Bobby Holland 460 with a 1. Chad Otts breaking out. Holland was 014 and he was second off of the line. Otts 006 in defeat. Ronnie Procopio left side. Brian Barbed Wire Smith in the right lane on the Brother Khan tuned Kawasaki. Brother Khan tapping his son on the back, sending him. Brother Khan the closest to the index. Trouble in both lanes, but that is a dub for Procopio. Procopio was 018 on the tree, and he was late. 005. 005 in the right lane, but trouble with the Smith entry, unable to get to the finish line. And a big ball of fire out of Procopio. Big ball of fire out of Procopio, but he does win. Ronnie Procopio does win. Back them out of the water box, please, so we can get the heavy equipment out there. SGMP staff will be hard at it again. They're checking the racetrack now, but on the presumption of oil, we'll have to move the equipment out of the water box so we can get equipment out there. Ronnie Procopio, big fireball out of his machine.
Look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.com.
Chopperman Ken Kobe has visited us here this weekend at the Man Cup World Finals, and I watched him make a lap on this. I was doing a little announcing earlier today, and the V-Twin class came up, and I got to admit, I saw this bike come up, and I'm like, here's some dude come in with his chopper off the street, and we'll see how he does. And all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, he actually put down a pretty good lap. Tell us a little bit about this action.
Well, I say thank you for noticing, and basically, they nicknamed me Chopper Man because the bar bike broke one race. I start racing this, start doing good, having fun on it. We've been racing all over, up and down the country the last 4 or 5 years. Man Cup, when Jay had it, 2020, I was running in the 3 classes: Street ET, Pro ET, V-Twin. I ended up being 2020 V-Twin national champion.
Great work.
Missed the other 2 classes literally by like 1 round per class, or I would have had a triple crown. So
you like the V-Twin version of John Markham here.
Oh, Markham, he's hot, man. You got to give it all to him. So I try. I feel blessed having a chance to race against a lot of the top guys all over the country. That's I feel blessed with that. So
what other series do you race in?
I've been doing the Hogs on Wild, the All Harley World Shootout Tour, the SDBA with Sonny Vic. Ran a few of his, and
any AMRA?
AMRA with Bill Rowe, absolutely. Yep. And my 2 kids, they run because of Bill Rowe, they can run mini bikes and different things. Both my son and daughter run in their mini bike classes, and they both won. So it's kind of a family affair.
I get that. Lots to be proud of. So what? Tell us a little bit about this machine. What makes a man take a chopper and decide to go drag racing with it?
Well, when the bar bike broke the one time, I had this in the trailer. This was like more of a show bike. Ran a show a week before, pulled it out, started making laps on it. Did good. I actually got second that day. Then Man Cup came to our local town. I ran that. Street ET, V-Twin, and Pro ET. I won like 1 or 2 of the classes, got second and third. Did really well. Hogs on Wild came up. I did Street ET and the V-Twin class in that. I won 1 of the 3, or actually both classes that day, that weekend in Pittsburgh. And it's easy. Nobody, I don't
Amazing. Yeah, I would not have seen it coming. So, and one of the things we love the most about Man Cup racing is the diversity. And we've got everything here. We've got V-twins, we've got inlines, we've got grudge bikes, we've got the Super Eliminator crew, and I'm going to show you more of them here this weekend as well. So thank you very much for coming out this weekend.
Thank you.
And keep on coming, and I understand you're going to run a full schedule with us next year, yes?
Yep, I've been talking to Hollywood. We want to definitely get the Men Cup back on our schedule. So 2026, here we come.
All right.
Thank you.
More cool stuff coming at you all weekend long. Man Cup World Finals. We ain't done.
Watch us live.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
So Mace Motorsports is in the house, and as you can see behind me, this amazing rig they brought all the way from Maryland, and we're going to come over here and talk to the guys right now. We're going to talk to Mike Mace and his crewmen, Sean and John, about this delicious 460 bike. So gentlemen, I can see we're doing work right now. What kind of work are we about to do here with the laptop?
Ready to pull the tune out and see what the last pass was.
So we're going to look at the data and make some changes maybe?
Yep. Gonna make some changes because...
yeah, I see the vote over there. Turn it up.
Yeah, he likes to let it rip, you know, but I keep telling him we're in the index, so we can't go that quick.
Right. Yeah. So how close to the number are you so far? Did you qualify for the showdown?
Yeah, we're in the showdown right now, so we're going into the second round, and we're going to see what happens.
How close to the number are you?
62.
Not bad at all, not bad at all. So you think you can split a couple hairs and find that 6-0?
Oh, I know we can.
That's the way. So yeah, just get a good look at this bike here. I mean, the level of detail is amazing. I love that paint. Who did that work?
My man Raphael Proctor in Maryland. He paints all our stuff, the cars, the scooters.
Did he paint your rig, everything I see here?
Well, the rig came that color, and we got the trailer wrap to match it.
Ah, gotcha. Well, yeah, I love the color coordination. Your program looks great. So, Mike, how long you been in the 460 category?
About 10 years now. Yeah.
And have you drawn some blood? You doing well?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of guys need stitches after we leave.
That's the way to do it. So, and of course, we got the showdown going on this weekend. We've drawn big racers from around the country like Mr. Mace. So stay tuned. We've got so much more to show you. We're going to go into the tech. We're going to go into the racers. And we're going to keep telling you about what a family we have here.
Look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.com.
All right, now, one of the most important parts about motorcycle drag racing is safety. I know a lot of car drag racers who come up to me and they go, man, I would never ride one of those things. And I've told the car guys, well, I'll tell you what, I've seen what happens to you guys. There are a lot of times I'd rather just take my chances with the pavement than get balled up in a metal cage of fire. But that said, here is Matthew from Vance and Leathers, and Matt's going to tell us a little bit about their process and how they bring us an extremely high quality and safe racing experience.
Vanson has been around for 51 years. We have the original owner. We started making drag suits when Dave Schultz came on board. We kind of made a drag suit, but it was based off our dirt track suit. And then when we brought Dave on, Dave says, you guys have no idea what you're doing. Let's start from scratch. So Dave came on board. He introduced us. We put Angel in a suit. We put Antron in the suit. And over the years, our suits have basically stayed the same that Dave showed us how to build, but we always try to make improvements. When one of our guys, unfortunately, do go down, I always like to go find them, make sure they're okay, and see what improvements I can make to the suits for their safety.
And that's an amazing part, And as I was telling Matt before this segment, I have a little bit to say myself. I have been down at 180 miles an hour on a drag bike, and my suit, while it was not a Vanson suit, was another high-quality American-sourced suit, and I basically walked away uninjured. My suit was able to be repaired and put back in service. Now, this is very important because I've spent a lot of time around this sport, and I have watched a lot of racers buy these imported thingies that while they'll shoot you a great price, while they look good, but they don't hold up always in big crashes. And so I tell people, hey, listen, are you willing to spend more for more protection? Because that's what you're getting. You can definitely spend less, okay? But there's one thing that you cannot replace, and that's your skin. Skin does not grow back once it's ground off far enough. If you grind your skin down to your muscle, that's it. That does not come back. Then you're facing skin grafts, you're facing all kinds of weird, wacky, horrible, painful stuff. This is my point. Is it worth spending a little more? Is it worth spending more? How much is your skin worth? Don't scrimp. These American-made suits are outstanding quality. As Matthew has told us, they will continue to, find out what they need to do to make them better. Everybody I've known who has owned a Vanson suit has just raved about it. So please take my thanks for keeping all of us racers so safe and keep doing what you do, because it really does matter. And American-made quality in this case, hey, I'm all about imports when you can save some money. But when it comes to this, don't mess around. You only get one of these. Don't grind it off.
And as a second note, we are starting to put airbags in drag race suits. I have a couple of Top Fuel Harley guys that run an airbag system off a tether. So it's like your car. You come off the bike, the airbag deploys, protects your chest, protects your spine, protects your neck.
Amazing technology. Thanks, Matt. And like I say, keep this in mind, folks. You are worth it. Don't scrimp on safety. Safety is only needed when it happens. One of these days, it'll happen. Be careful.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Here now with Billy from McCoy Motorsports. Is that what we call it?
Yes, sir. McCoy Motorsports. We're out of Cleveland, North Carolina.
Cleveland, North Carolina. And McCoy brought a huge rig here this weekend, and there's just bikes everywhere. But what we're going to talk about right now is this unit right here, known as Side Bitch. And, of course, if you're familiar with modern vernacular, you know what that means. And would you say that name is particularly appropriate in this case?
Absolutely.
Oh, right. And you don't need to elaborate on that anymore. But tell us a little bit about the machine and, what are your plans? As I understand, it's a relatively new machine?
Yes, brand new. I had an accident about 5 years ago and was on this bike. Just got it back together. Pretty much everything from the ground up. DME chassis. Jeff at Pro Action did the motor. We wired it, tuned it all at the shop at McCoy. So hopefully this year I can get it tested and next year kind of come out and make some noise with it.
Well, you're off to a great start. I saw you make a lap yesterday, and it wasn't necessarily representative of what the bike can do, but I know you're just getting started. And one question I have for you is, I noticed that you guys chose Zoomy pipes for this rather than a typical 4-in-1. What is the strategy there? What is the philosophy behind Zoomies rather than a typical 4-in-1?
This particular bike has always had zoomies. I'm just a fan of the pipes. Even though it sounds like a tractor, I like the look. I like the weight aspect is what I was going with this bike, and just to be a little different. So
that's
how we ended up with them.
Good a reason as any, and I love the zoomies too. You know, I mean, I used to race against nitro-injected bikes that had zoomie pipes. You know, not blown bikes, not top fuel bikes, just basically pro mod bikes. But instead of running nitrous or turbo, they ran nitro-injected. And man, nothing sounded so good on the track. And these sound great too, and that's one of the things I like about it. It gives it a very different look. So, you know, one of the things that I wanted to point out about the bike that I liked, and if you can come around on this side here, my cameraman Shug, is this clubfoot style swing arm design. Now this type of outside support for the swing arm used to be something we would do back in the day with old Kawasaki's and Suzuki's. Haven't seen this too much in the modern era. What made you go with this clubfoot style design on this very modern, you know, state-of-the-art machine?
Well, like I said, the guys at DME Racing helped me set up the chassis and do everything, and with my weight, they said that it would be a good addition to make sure the bike would go straight, this, that, and the third, though we're going to give it a shot.
Well, it looks great. And, you know, of course, DME is associated with really some of the fastest bikes in the country. They not only build bikes, they build chassis pieces, they build headers, swing arms, everything you could need. So even though they're not here this weekend, big shout out to Dimmy Edinger and Andy Sawyer and all the good folks at DME. So Billy, thank you for taking some time with us today to see this fine machine. Can't wait to show it to my wife because she's a big Pink fan. I always like to say the best things in life are pink. And on that note, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this
Yes, sir.
weekend, and we'll be keeping an eye on you. Keep an eye on the side, bitch. It's going to be an amazing piece coming right at you here at the Man Cup World Finals.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.com.
Ah, look at this, huh?
performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Now, if you're familiar with normally aspirated drag bikes, all motorbikes, if you will, of course, you're familiar with Pro Stock. Pro Stock is one of the most historical configurations in motorcycle drag racing. Really, our first big-time Pro Stocker back in the day was Dave Schultz. That went on to, John Myers, Angel Sealing, and right on up to modern times with Richard Gadsden, the latest NHRA Pro Stock champion. But what we have here are some cool bikes from a company known as Baber Performance Motors. Now, what George Baber is attempting to do here with these bikes is show us what you might call a B class for Pro Stock bikes. In other words, not necessarily state-of-the-art, all out, all in 2025 Pro Stocks, but some more vintage pieces that aren't quite so expensive, aren't quite so intense, but still give people an opportunity to have a lot of fun without nitrous, without turbos, without any of the power adders, just normally aspirated high-end horsepower. Coming.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Wow, look at this, huh?
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. topping every peak until you see FuelTech everywhere.
It's like the Pats are the Pats of old. Chiefs have the ball at the Indy 11. So it's probably going to be just a matter of lining it up for that field goal. So that's your early games. Some upsets and some not so upsets. After that tremendous upset of the Texans over the Bills Thursday night. And Shador leading the Browns to a lead, 7-0, the Browns. Shador at quarterback, 7-0.
We are at the MTC Engineering Display, always an amazing resource at our races. Eric Hochstetler from MTC makes it a point to bring his entire road show and all of his pretty stuff. We'll show you more of that here this weekend. But right now, we're here with Charlie Bachman, who's got a new product for us old KZ fans that he would like to show us. And this product is a way to enable push-button start on your machine without having to carry the weight and complexity of an entire alternator on the KZ. So, Charlie, tell us a little bit about what we have here.
Well, what I did is I just came out with a KZ starter cover for remote start, two-piece cover with a 1 millimeter O-ring on it, super light, light starter nut with a removable push-off bolt that pushes off the crankshaft.
So this is the item right here, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful machine work, and I love the black anodizing on this one. So I'll tell you what, hang on to that mic a second.
All right.
Just keep that right by your mouth because it's so loud in the background. So this is the piece that apparently got the taper here to go on the end of the crankshaft.
Correct.
Big old bolt going to hold it in place. Of course, that is for the stator.
Correct.
I should say
the starter gear.
Starter gear, yeah.
Correct.
And then, of course, it all goes together. You're going to have your idler gear here, your starter plumbing in there.
Correct.
And if you need to do a starter cart start, you still got that option.
Correct.
Very versatile.
Yes.
Are these available right now?
Yes, they are available right now, and we're going to start coming out with GS here shortly.
Outstanding.
So we do make a starter nut for a small pin KZ 900 also that has the keyway in it.
Oh, right. And which one is this?
This is the big pin KZ 1000.
Right.
Yes.
So I know a little bit about old Kawasaki's.
Yeah,
so,
and they've been hard to find for quite a few years, so I decided to make my own.
Beautiful work. Looking forward to that. And if anybody wants to get in touch, of course, it's Bachman Racing. This is the guy who's bringing these, and will they be available through MTC as well?
Yes, they will be. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Charlie Bachman, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for supporting the old KZ platform.
Thank you, sir.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard, fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Look at this, huh?
So, one of the things that's been just an absolute joy in my life are all the amazing people that I've met through my drag racing exploits and continued involvement with this sport. And right here is one of the guys who I do not count in that group. No, I'm just kidding.
Of course
Sam
not.
Vallis. Sam Vallis and his son Dean. And this guy right here, I forget your name again?
James.
James. We've done a little bit of local racing together. Sam runs an amazing Yamaha Turbo that he has been working with for a number of years. Dean gets out on their Buell. And Sam, just tell me, where are you headed with this Yamaha in the future?
Retirement. The doctor told me I got two choices. Pick one. One of them is not fall down and break my weak bones now, so I'm actually retiring from it and helping with other stuff. So,
that's understandable. So am I going to finally get to make a lap on it?
If you can get it started.
Oh, man, they always make me work on them so that I can ride them,
It's payback time because when he was running that three-wheeler of his, I was always the guy running behind him, putting the belt back on the pulley.
I did finally find a way to keep that belt on that pulley. But yeah, he was there for me all the way.
He's actually doing flat track stuff now.
Tell us about it, Dean.
About what? What are we talking about?
Flat track.
Oh, flat track? Yeah, I've been getting into something a little different than drag racing, taking some flat track racing schools and stuff, and I really like that, yeah.
Wow, that is so cool.
Get a lot more time on the bike than unfortunately drag racing.
Yeah.
Hurry up and wait.
Drag racing is the ultimate masochist sport. My dad used to say, nowhere do years of preparation culminate in 10 seconds of pleasure, But it is what it is, so.
Yes, I still love it.
Yeah, well, yeah, less than. So good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming out to say hey. And we're going to bring more friends and family to you all weekend here at the Man Cup World Finals.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
So many vendors here this weekend at the Man Cup World Finals. One of them, of course, is Les Stymack with High Risk Motorsports. Now, Les is over here doing some business right now with Dave Boyd, and a lot of this business transacts at the races. You can see that Les has brought an enormous amount of inventory and is also racing here in, I believe, the 460 class this weekend. So just another indication of the quality we get. And here's the man himself, Les Stymack. Les, what are you doing here this weekend? You racing, you vending, everything, anything?
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of both. We're running the 460 program that Hollywood put on for the extra money, the Holly. We did pretty good there. We're also vending. Got a full line of parts that'll keep you on the track. You know, I'm not going to bring engine blocks and stuff like that, but I'm going to try to keep you racing these small components.
So, Les, how far did you come? I guess it's a bit of a travel for you, huh?
1,100 miles.
1,100 miles. Man, oh, man. Yeah, I was watching you on Facebook this past week, kind of, well, will I, won't I? Yeah, I'm going to go.
It was a last-minute call.
Good one.
Same way the last 2 years.
Now, did you qualify in the showdown, the 460 showdown? Okay, where'd you qualify?
Fourth.
Bad man right here. Well, Les, thanks for coming all that way to help our racers out with your various materials, and good luck in the showdown and in 460 in general.
Thanks, Hollywood, for having us and putting on a great event. You got to get here. It's a good show, well run. I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Just more of the quality you'll find at Man Cup. It's the World Finals. More action coming at you all weekend long.
Wow, look at this.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, and I'm here with
Bryce Jackson.
And Bryce Jackson. Where are you from?
I'm from McDonough, Georgia.
Okay. What racing classes will you be participating in this weekend, Bryce?
I'm racing Street ET and Super Comp this weekend.
And let me ask you, what's the most challenging part about racing?
Really, the light, or it's more of a mental thing, if anything. Like I said, racing is 90% mental and 10% mechanical, so if you have a strong mental, you're going to succeed.
And how do you prepare for any setbacks when it comes to your mechanical issues?
Just got to strive through it. You know, mechanical issues are a part of racing. You just got to push through it.
That's a great response. What's your favorite part of racing?
Winning, of course. Got to win.
So let's say you lose, how do you prepare to be better for the next time?
You got to learn from your mistakes and move on. I mean, like I said, racing is 90% mental, so moving on is going to help you get through it.
And how do you physically prepare for your races?
Make sure you eat good, eat a lot of potassium so you don't get cramps, pickles, anything. That's the big thing is cramps for no reason.
Thank you, Bryce. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good race this weekend.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Gabby from Manufacturers Cup, and today I'm here with
Rock Sanders,
And Rock, where are you from?
Columbus, Mississippi.
And what's your favorite part about racing?
The competitiveness. It's hard out here when you got real good competitors, and I like racing with very good, great competitors.
What's your pre-racing routine? How do you get in the groove?
I really don't have a routine. I get to the track, I go out and mingle, get the bikes ready, unload, set the tents up, stuff like that. But as far as a routine, I don't really have one.
And may I ask, who or what inspired you to start drag racing?
My dad, him and my granddad. My granddad been racing, I want to say 40, 50 years. And my dad brought me up since I was 8 years old, so I just stuck with it.
And what's the trick to performing well?
You just gotta find it in you. You gotta find that dog in you to want to do better, want to be good. It all starts at the tree. If you can't leave first, it's hard to win.
Well, thank you for allowing me to interview you today, Rock. And it's Gabby from Manufacturers Cup signing out.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Hi, it's Gabrielle with Manufacturers Cup, and I have the pleasure of interviewing
Morris Ball,
And where are you from, Morris?
Ellisville, Alabama.
And can you tell me a little bit about your bike? What bike are you using this weekend?
This weekend will be a 10 in our Kawasaki 1500 and the 460 index class.
Ooh, that sounds really, really interesting. So can you tell me a little bit about how you mentally prepare for your races?
I try to take it around at a time and have fun majority.
That sounds nice. That sounds really, really nice. What's your favorite race?
I love the World Finals. It's getting real interesting. As you see it, we got a full house this weekend, about 40-some bikes. So, take it around and hopefully we can get in them numbers.
Now, let's say you were to lose. What plans do you implement to improve your performance?
I try to do my best each and every round and leave it all out there each round. So, if I lose, it was at my best.
Thank you, Morris. It was a pleasure interviewing with you today. And this is Gabrielle with Manufacturers Cup, signing out.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard, fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Hi, it's Gabrielle with Manufacturers Cup, and I have the pleasure of interviewing.
Montez Thompson Jr.
And where are you from?
Decatur, Alabama.
All right. So, what classes are you performing in this weekend?
Super Comp, Ultra Sportsman, which I'm the points leader in, and 460.
Wow, so that's a lot. So tell me, what's your favorite part about racing?
I like being competitive. You know, for most people, it's about how fast you can go, but I just like being competitive and beating people.
So tell me a little bit about these bikes. What are some good qualities that will ensure better performance?
Well, the ECUs that we put on them, you know, we were able to tune the bike according to weather or track conditions, or say for instance if it's 98 degrees outside, naturally these bikes are going to slow down because it's just so hot, you know. So we're able to go in there and give it more power, or like later on the night if it get cold, we're able to calm the tune up down to slow it down and keep it from losing traction, or if we're running a certain index, keep us from not going too fast on the index. You see what I'm saying?
And he's super knowledgeable. So let me ask you, how long have you been racing?
I've been around it my whole life. My dad raced pro, but as far as me riding a bike, I started in 2021, and in those few short years, I done won a lot of single events, and also won one national title, and I'm in the running for a second one this weekend.
Congratulations on all your wins. I want to know, what's the most challenging part about racing?
Racing is a mental game, and people don't realize it. If you take it serious, it's very mental. You know, you can have the best machine in the world, but it's all in your mind. You know, you still have to let go of the button on time. You don't want to be late. You don't want a red light. You know, if you're bracket racing, index racing, you don't want to give the strike back. So it's all mental. You know, if you go up there with too much stuff going through your mind, thinking about who you got to run, you know, it gets in your head and it messes with you. You know, I done been on both ends of the spectrum. You know, where I've been the guy that intimidated people, and also I'm not gonna say necessarily I got intimidated, but I put too much pressure on myself and it got in my head, and I went out there and did something stupid. You know, so racing it's 90 to me. It's 90% mental and 10% talent. You know.
And you definitely have the talent. So let me ask you, I hear some music in the back bumping. What's your pre-race routine? Do you like to play a certain type of music?
Yes. Actually, 460. That class is so competitive. So I kind of when I'm sitting in the stage lanes, I kind of got some music playing in my ear, getting me up, you know what I'm saying, getting me hyped, do whatever I got to do to go out there and cut a great light and run the number. But people look at me crazy because I don't. If you look at my playlist, you might find anything on there. I don't even really listen to rap music. That don't get me hyped. I like the hard rock, you know what I'm saying, like Metallica or, you know, some crazy stuff, you know. So just that's what gets me hyped, you know. Like my cousin, he might like Lil Baby, you know. That's what gets him up. You know, the rock music, that's what gets me hyped. It makes me focus more.
Well, congratulations on all your wins. You're a personal favorite of mine, so I just want to say thank you for allowing me to interview you. And this is Gabrielle signing out from Manufacturers Cup. You guys have a good day.
So as a, don't want to use the word former racer because I'm still a racer, but most of my big bike stuff was back in the day. Still involved on this level and some others. More to come on all that. But I was always big on engineering and math and all the things that we can do to bring high technology to the racing format. So I was just doing a little thinking overnight. We looked at this bike yesterday. Of course, this is one of the Claycomb built Spencer Claycomb machines. And, you know, he gave us a little insight into what the bike weighs and what the horsepower is. And so I got to thinking. I'm like, okay, these are very, extreme numbers. And just to go back to those numbers, with the current lightweight rider, the bike weighs probably about 500 complete when it's on the racetrack. And from what Spencer was telling me, we're making about 600 horsepower, about 250 on motor, 350 on nitrous. So, for a lot of folks, it might be easier to perceive the performance that this would be capable of in, let's say, a car. So, I poked some numbers into my handy-dandy quarter-mile calculator here, and some of you folks may recognize this. This is on the web. It's from a website called Robinette. So I poked the numbers, and let's see. Just decided to take a multiplication factor of 4. So, vehicle weighs 500 pounds. Let's multiply it times 4. So that gives us a 2,000-pound car. Makes 600 horsepower. All right, let's multiply that by 4. That gives us a 2,400 horsepower, 2,000-pound car. Now we're starting to get into an area where many more people can relate to what's happening here. So let's just see what our quarter-mile calculator predicts a 2,000-pound car with 2,400 horsepower is capable of. Well, these are eye-opening numbers for sure. Now, granted, these quarter-mile calculators are, they're kind of abstract. It's a generalization. It doesn't really get down to the nitty-gritty, but it's close enough to give us a working idea. 5.69 seconds at 251 miles per hour is what you would expect out of a 2,000-pound car with 2,400 horsepower. And again, that may not be down to the 100th or even down to the 10th, but it's pretty close. It's in the ballpark. So now we go back to the grudge bikes. And we just think about it for a moment. How quick is this bike in the quarter mile? Well, the numbers suggest it's probably a lot quicker than you think.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
So as a, don't want to use the word former racer because I'm still a racer, but most of my big bike stuff was back in the day. Still involved on this level and some others. More to come on all that. But I was always big on engineering and math and all the things that we can do to bring high technology to the racing format. So I was just doing a little thinking overnight. We looked at this bike yesterday. Of course, this is one of the Claycomb built Spencer Claycomb machines. And, you know, he gave us a little insight into what the bike weighs and what...
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Racetrack rebuilt, and we know it is 100% right now. These competitors going up there know that. They know the surface is 100% plus. Okay, we're going to finish 460 and move directly. Pro Open will be a final, and Pro Mod, you're on standby. Lane 5, back of lane 5, Super Comp, please. Super Comp for pairings, back of lane 5 immediately. Super Comp, back of lane 5 for pairings. MTC Engineering Super Comp, Wes Hawkins, Brad Gleason. Could happen any day of the week at MIR. And it is Hawkins for the W. 464.8. 463.6. Uh-oh. You know what that means right there. Wes Hawkins was 009. Mike Moore, left side. Mike Ostrowski, last right lane. Moore and Ostrowski, the mics. A mic will move into the next round. And I am gonna say, this is green lights aplenty. Oh, Mike Ostrowski, 009, puts a win light on. Mike Ostrowski moving on with a 465.5. He was 009 on the tree, so he was there, and he took advantage of that tree. Terrence Washington, left side, your number 7 qualifier. Deshaun Wheeler, defending champ. They're in, and they're gone. It's going to be a great drag race. It is Terrence Washington, 461.5. Woo! Deshaun, 463.8, and outrunning the number. He had 2 on the tree. That was a tight race. Les Stymick, Mr. World Finals. Hard to bet against this man with his track history. He comes up against Curtis Winston, your #1 qualifier. Can Curtis stop Stymick? Stymick, High Risk Motorsports out of Michigan, and Stymick stops himself. 007 red, Stymick, he's out. Curtis Winston, 464.3. Stymick went 460 with an 8, but he was 007 red, ending his day and the string of great performances at the Manufacturers Cup World Finals. Mike Murphy, one for the big man over there in the TBM brakes lane. Tim Webster, right side. Mike Murphy left, Webster right. Carefully moving in. They're in. They're gone. Oh my goodness. Webster for the win. 463.9. Mike Murphy was 1 thou under. 459 with a 9. And he had nearly 5 in the bank on the tree. He will be kicking himself. He was 008. Mike Murphy out of it, breaking out by 1 thou. Heather Baldy right lane. Mantez Thompson in the left lane. Strange race there, but that's why you don't give up. Heather Baldy away. Mantez struck the tire. They were both 0-3 on the tree. Mantez takes the win. Heather, an off pace 8:59 in the loss. Let's get it fired, Terry. Let's get it fired. Final pair is going to be Sean Rainey, left side in the TBM brakes lane, and Terry Wynn, right lane. Summit Racing lane. This is elimination round number 2 in our Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 category. Massive field here this weekend. narrowing it down the whole way. Terry, trouble off the line. It looks like it's Rainey's race, and it is 4.728. Sean Rainey, 4.72 with an 8 for the win. Terry Wynn off pace 10.15. They were both sharp on the tree, but that was it. Pro Mod is pushing up to the ready line right now. All right, and we have a final here in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Billy Vose braking, unable to make the call, so instead of just making 2 singles and coming back and doing it over again, Rob Giard and Jeffrey Hill have decided, let's just get it on. This is final. All right, both bikes moving it in. Hill Nitrous, Giard Turbo. They're away. This looks very much like Jeffrey Hill's race to win, and he does it 4:20 with a 9. Congratulations, Jeffrey Hill, taking the win in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Runner-up, Rob Giard, 4:20 left lane, 5:04 right lane. Pro Mod next in the puddle. Fast by Gas Pro Mod next in the puddle. Braden Davis, left lane, your number 1 qualifier, and Lance Hines, your number 6 qualifier in this pair. Paul Gast has the legal buy run, and he has chose to forego it. So Gast will move to the semifinals without lane choice. He gives up lane choice. Braden, the young gun, left lane. Lance Hines used to be a young gun. He's an old wily veteran now. Lance Hines, right lane. He qualified with a 4:19. Braden Davis, a 4:04. Super Comp, back of lane 5 for pairings. You're going to be running right behind Ultra Sportsman. Super Comp, rear of 5 for pairings. If you're not there, you're going to miss the round. Okay, we got a pair of pro mods right here. Your number one qualifier, Braden Davis, in the TBM Brakes lane. Winner of this pair right here has got Paul Gast in the semifinals, and they will have lane choice. Braden, Lance, they're in the pre-stage. Uh-oh. Nobody's on the rev limiter yet. This is an all Georgia battle right here. Oh boy. They do not hold that much fuel. They're moving it in. Davis is in. Hines. Green light drag race. Braden Davis, 4:11, 175. Reaction times were identical. 4:18 with an 8 for Lance Hines. A excellent effort. Braden Davis, semifinal lane choice over Paul Gast. Jeff House was scheduled to run a competitor, and he has a opponent broke single here. Jeff, he wants to see what he's got. It's what he wants to do on that beautiful blue Suzuki out of Texas. He wants to know where it's at. He qualified third, and he has the luxury of the legal buy run in the semifinal round. He has that luxury. Now, he may not know exactly where he's at on the track right now, but he's got that luxury. Jeff House, 4:12, qualified. And he wants to make the lap. He wants to see what he's got. That's not what he was looking for, but he has advanced into the next round, and he carries a buy run with that. So, with that process right there, Jeff House has just punched his way to the final, and he will be up against either Paul Fast by Gast or the young gun, Braden Davis. And we move into J Squared Ultra Sportsman. Ultra Sportsman racers are moving up to the line. Super Comp, if you're not paired up in the lanes right now, you will miss the round. Super Comp. Okay, Evan Solkowski on the buy run. He's looking for a 950, and he rattles off a 954. We are in J Squared Ultra Sportsman. J Squared Ultra Sportsman is where we're at. We'll be moving directly from there to Super Comp. Super Comp, lane 5. Stack them up, please. Lane 5. Stack them up, pair them up. Spencer Johnson, left side. Wade Smith. Dudley George on his Gixxer Thal. Green lights. Finish line does say double breakout. Spencer Johnson with the win. 9:47 besting the 9:46. Wade had a little room to give there. It took a little too much stripe, as they say. Spencer Johnson moving on. Alfonso Thompson left. Joe Clemmy, an Iowa assassin. Clemmy in the right lane. Reaction time advantage and win light. Right lane, Clemmy moving on. Stanley Russell, left lane. Malik Taylor, right lane. 950, the magic number here in Ultra Sportsman. Both riders away clean. .951, Malik Taylor taking the win. Stanley was 9:49 with a 9, and he did not get there first. So you do know what that means. Malik Taylor moving on. Jeremy England left side coming down from Ohio. He's taking out Chris Rolls from Florida. I think it's a pair of Hayabusas here. They're in. They're gone. England, huge reaction time advantage and wins with a 966, besting the 953, so we could just say it again. You know what that means. Jeremy England moving on. Barry Purnell, John Markham. Larry Bradley left side, Arlo Charlton right side. 9:07 for Bradley. Dalton Markham right side, Timmy Davis left side. We have switched gears into MTC Engineering Super Comp right here. Timmy Davis 892 with a 3, besting an 890 with a 5, so you know what that means. Timmy Davis moving on. Top gas, back of lane 6 for pairings, top gas. Rear of 6 for pairings, and push them up when you're ready. Top gas. In the back of the lanes and push up as pairs. Push up as pairs only, top gas, rear of lanes please. Top gas, rear of lanes for pairings. rolling through this round of MTC Engineering Super Comp. Eric Yost off pace. Lindbergh Simmons moving on. 897 for Lindbergh. Montez Thompson and Kevin Adams. Kevin Adams racing with a very heavy heart, and he takes a W. 889.3 for the win. 884.8 losing effort for Montez Thompson. Kevin Adams 005 on the tree and only 8th thou under, near perfect pass. Moving on. We're in MTC Engineering Super Comp action, about to wrap that up. I need top gassers, rear of the lanes. Pair them up and just push them up into the rear of lane number 5. Pair them and push them up. Braden Davis, left side. Ariel Carter, cross. All Georgia here. Davis, cross. Cross, Davis. Oh, my goodness. Braden Davis, 893.9. He was 033. 893.1. Ariel was 050. Tight race. Give it to Davis. And we're wrapping that up. Next round of Top Gas. I need you guys paired up. Next round of Top Gas. Please pair them up and get them ready to go. Top Gas, pair them up, get them ready to go. All right, we're gonna run Top Gas. Right behind these Run What You Brung shootouts. Got some big money on the line. Big money on the line right here in these shootouts. Wade Smith, left side, losing it to Johnny Markham. Great race, double breakout. Markham, reaction time advantage, 8.896. Wade Smith goes 8.885 in the losing effort. Close race there. All right, we're ready to run these two shootouts. I need Top Gassers and Super Eliminator. Top Gassers, Super Eliminator. Let's get you up here. We can get you through. All right, Top Gas is stacked and racked in two. They're going to be running after these two shootout bikes. ET riders, lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. Remaining riders in ET. Pro and Street ET are on a ladder. Pro and Street ET are on a ladder. You'll see that down in the lanes. V-Twin, you're on a chip draw. So ET categories, you're next up. I need 460 back to lane 5, please. Remaining riders in 460, get them back to 5. 460 to lane 5, please. Got the big dough on the line right here in these couple shootouts. Some big dough on the line. No clocks, no times. This is the kind of racing you just hope you bring enough. That's all you hope, is that you bring enough. Some of them don't even bring seats to the game anymore. They're long, they're low, and they are extremely fast. This is the Run What You Brung shootout. 2 pairs of them. Got the greenbacks on the line. Greenbacks are on the line in this business. Yeah, that's going to be Alex Hughes in the right lane. I can tell those leathers, and I can tell a Baxter on the start line when I seen it. Left lane rider unknown. I need the golf cart in lane 2 out of the way. Thank you. All right, that equipment is out of the way. ET riders back to lanes 1, 2, and 3. ET riders, there they go. Oh, the both riders recover. Right lane, turns the light on. That's all we get to see is a win light. ET Riders, you're on a ladder. Street ET to 1. Pro ET to the back of 2 for right now. I've got Top Gas in there. Way to be ready, Top Gas Riders. V-Twin, bring them to 3. V-Twin, you're on a chip draw. Let's get them up to lane number 3, please. V-Twin. All right, and the great news from the report on the top, as always, safety above everything else. We check it first. The track is clear. Signal to fire has gone. Top Gas, you guys can get ready. Top Gas, ready them. ET Riders back to 1, 2, and 3. 460 to the rear of 5 for pairings. 460, rear of 5 for pairings. Oh, they're away clean. Looks like it's going to be right lane. And it is right lane. We got 2 right laners. Right lane took them both. Right lane took them both. Woo! Some dramatic action out there in the Run What You Brung Grudge Shootouts. Big money on the line. That was very, very exciting. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. Oh, Schwartz Law Group, Missouri's finest. The ivory tower up on the very top floor. Kenny Schwartz has got it on the big screen. His own personal henchman. Not necessarily having a great day, but they'll be back, you know it. Matt Nags, left side, former Manufacturers Cup Pro ET champion, and he's up against Tom, the Iowa assassin, Clemmy. We got a pair of Clemmys down here, and they don't play well. Green light's a pair. It's a great drag race. We're looking for an 820. 820 index. 835 for Nags for the W. There was some fire in the pipe of Clemmy. Might add shifting issues, and his day is over. Clemmy had a full 500s on the tree, but could not. Equipment let him down, couldn't run the number. Tom Clemmy's day is over in Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. ET Riders, please, lanes 1 and 2, Pro and Street ET, you are on a ladder. V-Twin, lane 3, get the chip draw going with Broderick. Dwayne Schmidt left, Chuck Curls right. It is Dwayne Schmidt for the whole shot W. Dwayne Schmidt's 8:34 besting and 8:31 by Curls. So, you do know what that means. Dwayne Schmidt moving on. Seth Bouchieri, your number one qualifier, nailed an 8:20 with a 0 on his Hayabusa Turbo out of MJ Performance. Beautiful orange motorcycle. Mike Barajas tuning it. Steve Breakstone, the madman from Bradenton, Florida, on his Kawasaki ZX14 traditional Cowie versus Suzuki battle. Breakstone bumps it in a little bit. Oh, look at the time. Almost timed out. There they go. Green lights. Great job. Seth, 8:22.2. He was 100 on the better on the light. Steve, 8:31 at 162. He was full throttle through there, just didn't have the tune-up set right. Seth, your number one qualifier, moving on, looking for that big 5-figure double-up bonus coming out of the Schwartz Law Group. When your number one qualifier and double up, the gold chains come a-flowing. Jeremy England and Ken Strauss. Strauss strikes a tire. England does not take advantage of it. 8:33, 135 for England. Moving on. Strauss off pace, 993. England did have 100 plus reaction time advantage. Outstanding action here in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, and your defending national champion Heather Baldy. She comes over from St. Peters, Missouri. She's up against one of these young guns. Brandon Cunningham, currently in Orlando, Florida. Beautiful ZX14 entry. Cunningham Performance. Heather's in, Cunningham's in. Oh, double breakout. Cunningham taking the win, 8:17, 153. Heather, 8:14, 156. She was better than two plus better on the tree, but Cunningham played the finish line a little better. Brandon Cunningham moving on. Brian Miner. Miner Family Racing. Chad Otts, Mississippi's finest. Oh, the Mississippi man, 8:20 with a 5, taking the dub. Brian Miner breaking out big time, 8:07, 180. Brian Miner airing that thing out. Chad had 2 on the tree, he moves on. Dalton Markham right lane, and Juan Cintron. Juan out of Hudson, Florida. He can weld anything. Juan literally can weld anything. Can he weld Markham? No, he cannot. Big breakout by Cintron, 8:10, 162. Dalton Markham, 8:31, 142. I guess he let him go. They were both 0-3 on the tree. Good drag race. And Dalton Markham moving on. Top Gas action rolling. Street ET, Pro ET, I need you guys and gals in the lanes 1, 2. 1, 2, you're on a ladder, please. 460, I need pairs in 460. 460, I need pairs. Let's get them up. Let's get another round of 460 through. Real Street, bring them up. Real Street, bring them up for round number 2. Real Street, let's get them up for round number 2. Tom Galligan making the trip from Rhode Island. Left side, Levante Clark. Right side. Both of those bikes still got a throw clutch in them. That is not common. 8:21 for the victory. Clark, 8:21. Tommy Galligan breaking out at 8:17. Reaction time advantage, Clark. ET riders will be next on the racetrack. ET riders. Any of the three categories ready to go? Let's run them. Real Street, Herod Group, Real Street. Let's get you guys in lane, and when you're ready, we're gonna let us know when you're stacked and ready. And the chip draw on V-Twin is done, so V-Twin's hitting the puddle. The big bad monsters of V-Twin are in action. .460 bikes, 460 bikes, we do need you back. 460 bikes. Let's get you back to the back. Let's get you paired up, knock it down another round. That massive field needs to come on, keep coming on down. Riders have done a fantastic job for us getting back. Basically, you win service and get back. It's that simple. You want to take home the Holly, that's how you do it. Win service and get back. Right, and here we go. We're gonna rumble and bumble with the big V-Twins. Loving it. V-Twin ET sponsored by Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead. The birthday boy, Big Jimmy, left lane. Big Jimmy, can he parlay that with a dub? And Jimmy, I prefer ice cream cake, okay? Just so you know. Kenny Satterley. Holly Springs, Georgia. Pair of Harleys moving on through. Pro ET, Street ETs, let's get them up to lanes 1 and 2, please. You are both on a ladder at this point. Real Street, once you're ready, let us know you've got all of them stacked up. I got 2 green lights. The win to Satterley. Satterley 11:02 on the 1090. Jimmy Smith breaking it out. He did what he could at the finish line, but he had to break out. He was a bit behind on the reaction time, so he may have been thinking about that ice cream cake. Kenny Satterley moving on. Barry Pryor Sr. Big Bad Barry. That looks like a very comfortable motorcycle. A true Sunday ride coming at you. Both riders turn it green. Once again, it'll be finish line. Kevin Jones, he's dialed 1220. Barry, 12 flat. Jones, 1220 with a 4 on a 1220. Barry Pryor off pace, 1291. Barry had 14 and change on the tree. Couldn't muster the number. Kevin Jones nails it dead on for the win. Stacy Smith, left side, just saw his pops go out. Lindbergh Simmons. Sounds like he could have been one of the first people flying an airplane or something. Lindbergh right, Stacy left. It is Stacy Smith, 12:57 on a 12:42, moving on. .460 rear of lanes, please. 460 rear of lanes. Let's get them paired up. Knock another round down. 460 guys and gals, you know what it is. Oh, Tom Clemmy, an Iowa assassin in the flesh. Oh, big bad Harley there, 1043, and it sounds like it. Let's see what he runs. Clemmy, 1038. Oof. Brutal. Mickey Davis, left side. Tom Moats, right lane. We're moving it into Voodoo Custom Street ET. Pro ET riders, we need you paired up on the ladder. I see I got Super Eliminator bikes, so that's a great thing. 460, let's get you paired up. 460. Real Street, let us know upstairs when you guys are all paired and ready to go. Oh, the Chopper Man left side goes green. That is a green light. Pretty Boy, oh, Pretty Boy turns it red. CJ goes red by 18th thou. The Chopper Man continues to advance. The lore thickens. The Chopper Man is back. Holy Toledo, he's been on a world tour after that 7-figure income he's been generating off of the cycle drag exposure. This Chopper Man's been all over the world. He signs autographs every day and he keeps moving on. D-Mac Horter right side, John Loney left lane. John on a Honda 750 single camera. Horter for the win, 53 on a 25. Great job here with our Street ET competitors. Getting up and getting back. right, rolling on. Bernard Gilbert left side, and that's G. Clemens right lane. The G-Dog for the win. G-Dog winning it. 9:35.08. 9:35.8 on a 9:35. Bernard was right there. Good drag race. Root seal left. Fittipaldi, Petrez right lane. $960 on a 950 for the win. Petrez was 10:03 on a 10:05, so you know what that means. Butler and Satterley, you're on the clock at this point to get back to the lanes. Butler and Satterley, back to the Street ET lanes, you're on the clock. Okay, I've got Satterley. I need Butler. Butler to the lanes immediately. Street ET, Butler. If you are going to make the call, we need you to lanes. The clock is on you. Butler to the lanes. Final call for Butler to the lanes. Final call if you're not going to make the round, Mr. Butler. Final call. Street ET Butler. Street ET Butler. Final call. Butler, if you're in the lanes, you need to be in the water box. Your opponent is moving to the water box. Super Eliminator, you're next. Then we're going to go into track prep and we're going to do real street. Super Eliminator, you're on deck at this point. Your opponent is in the water box. And it looks like John Markham's going to get an opponent broke single here. Opponent broke single, and we'll move into Super Eliminator. All right, the Wild Machines of Super Eliminator are next up. And then we're going to follow it with a round of Real Street. Once Super Eliminator's done, we're going to do a bit of track prep in preparation for Real Street. And then right behind Real Street, we're going to go into 460. There it is, the unmistakable sound of these wild bikes from Super Eliminator. Dave Boyd right side, Steve Chandler left side. Steve Gurley, excuse me. Gurley left side, Boyd right side. 6 cylinders of ear-splitting castor oil. They're away, green lights a pair. No, Dave Boyd taking that W. Chandler now, right side. Scotty Allen, West Virginia. Allen, 889. 884. Index, 935 for Chandler. 954, Chandler taking the win. Legal buy run. Looks like it's going to your number one qualifier right here. Alex Hughes shot out of a cannon. 114 to 60. 479, that's a good one. 761. 761 with a 4, 169 miles per hour. Alex Hughes, 4 off of his national index of 757. And that is his quickest lap of the weekend right there. Congratulations, Alex Hughes. Moving to Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET, legal buy run. Big Johnson. Some may know him as Mantez Thompson Jr., but that's Big Johnson. You know it. Mantez Big Johnson. Legal buy run. Must have had a killer reaction time last round. Legal buy, he's dialed to 930. Strolling down through there. It's MPS Racing Pro ET. MPS Racing Pro ET, 927th, couple under. Track conditions are outstanding out there. Racing surface is great. Atmospheric conditions are great. Motoring through. So now, the buy run's out of the way. The business of Hard Times Parts and Service. Top Gas gets down to it. Darrell Stevens, he was deadly last round. Samuel Parrish, right lane. Both of these riders on Kawasaki's. Samuel Parrish for the win, 892 on an 890. Next pair already in the beam. The Slayer, left side. Sponsored by Economy Glass and Mirror, and that is over for the Slayer. His live wire ran out of electricity. He goes red. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. turns it green. Wins with an 885 on an 887. 885 on an 887. Craig and Kevin Adams coming down, both of them coming down to the event last minute from Ohio, racing with heavy hearts. Craig Adams, left side, one of the heavy hitters in Pro ET across the country, and Dave Young, North Carolina runner is no slouch himself. Young is dialed an 878, 795. 795 for Craig Adams. Adams, like his brother, marches on. Dave Young out of power early, unable to make the full pull. Dave Young's day in hard times, parts and service. Pro ET comes to an end. Kevin Adams just watched his brother win. What's Kevin got for you? This is a green light race. Win for Adams. 872, double breakout race. 872 on an 874. Right lane further under. Great race right here. James Bradford, left side. Jeremy England, right lane. England, the W, 814 on an 814 with an 010 light. James Bradford was 005, 902 breaking out. Breakstone breaking out. John Markham dead on the dial-in. Markham 856.0. Breakstone had a full 200s in the bank on the tree and could not make that a victory. John Markham, the wily veteran, moving on. Okay. Cunningham, Markham. Green lights. Finish line will tell you. Somebody had a 001 light and the wind light came on in his lane. 885 breaking out, but he had a 001. Brandon Cunningham was 027. Did what he had to do, but Markham still took the light. Dalton Markham off of a 001 reaction time. Moving on. All right, 460 category next up. Next round of 460 action, Terrence Washington, left side. Charlie Farrar, he's in the right lane. Terrence Washington, Charlie Farrar, your first pair. Charlie's in, Terrence in. Pair of green lights. Charlie Farrar with a big reaction time advantage, but Terrence Washington for the win. Woohoo! Big burnout from Morris Ball, and the time over there in the left-hand lane on that Kawasaki. He's up against Mike Ostrowski. Mike on a mission. Ostrowski right, Ball left. Can the little Cowie do-iters at Mikey O's day? It looks like it's Mikey O's day, but he has problems and he just lucks it through. When it is your day, it is your day. Morris Ball, troubled pass. His day is over. Mike Ostrowski moving on, 5:58 at 92 mile an hour. If you said you'd be going 5:58 in the third round of eliminations in 460 and you'd win without a red light in the other lane, that's probably not going to happen, but it just did happen. So once again, that's why we race them on the track instead of on paper. Morris Ball might have been in a situation of leaving in the wrong gear there. Regardless, on that fine outing for Ball. Tim Webster next up, left side. Bobby Holland in the right lane. I need Ultra Sportsman back to the rear of 4, please, for pairings. Ultra Sportsman back to rear of 4 for pairings. Webster, Holland, looking for a spot in the 4th round. Woohoo! Yes, indeed. Bobby Holland, reaction time advantage and a win. Holland, 463 with a 7. Tim Webster, 476 to close out his day here in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Oh, we got a big boy shot here. Wes Hawkins was the number 3 qualifier, and he took home a lot of money in the shootout for that. Sean Rainey, right lane out of Connecticut. Green lights a pair. Great race. Give it to Hawkins, 466, besting the 463. Jeff House, he's in both categories. He's been riding on a rail with this beautiful blue Suzuki in 460, and he's now got Mantez Thompson out of Alabama. Riders are in and gone. What a race. It is Jeff House able to get the job done. He was 015 and he was late. Mantez 009, but he could only go 469. House 462.7 for the win. Jeff House. Pete Hubbard, opponent, broke single right here. Ronnie Procopio, who lost his entire left side of his engine in the last round, causing that horrific oil down and cleanup. Very unfortunate for Procopio. We're very glad that he's safe. And there'll be an engine to rebuild there in North Carolina. So, Pete Hubbard. This ain't that all that raw deal right here. Hubbard, misstep off the start line, but he takes advantage of that opponent broke single, 721. Most likely will not garner him lane choice next round unless he's got Curtis Winston in third. Curtis Winston, your legal bye run, and he has foregone that, so Curtis Winston automatically advances to the next round, but automatically loses lane choice. So the next round will have Terrence Washington in action, Mike Ostrowski, Mr. Holland and his Opus, Wes Hawkins, Jeff House, Pete Hubbard, and Curtis Winston. That will be your next round, and we've got Real Street in the puddle. Real Street ready to go, locked and loaded. Ultra Sportsman, please. Rear lanes for pairings. Ultra Sportsman. Super Comp, you're on standby. Sportsman categories will get a round of action in here behind these pro bikes. Sportsman riders will be next up behind these pro bikes. Once again, remaining riders and Ultra Sportsmen, please, to the rear of the lanes for pairings. Once we get you paired up, we're going to roll you. If you're still alive in multiple categories, you need to let an official know. You need pit help, and you need to let officials know. We do not want to leave you behind, but we are on the clock. So you're going to have to work and work really hard with us. No dilly-dallying. Annabelle Merced and George Cross. Merced qualified third, Cross fourth. 7:54. Annabelle Merced runs quicker than he qualified. George Cross 8:40 in the loss. Annabelle Merced 7:54 advances on. Next pair up, BJ Pryor left side and Johnny Turbo Dobrin, the Turb, out of Exoticycle. He's a bad dude in Real Street and has been for a long time. It's great to see Johnny back out here. He wins it. What a great drag race. BJ Pryor picking up a bunch over his qualifying position, but can't get it done. Johnny Turbo nearly to the 100th, matching his qualifying time with a 7.70, moving on. He goes 196 mile per hour. Sportsman, Ultra Sportsman, let's get them paired up. You're going to be next up behind this Pro Mod semifinal. Ultra Sportsman, please. Rear to lanes, pairing up. Remaining riders in Super Comp, you'll be right behind them. So we got lanes open up back there, so we could be working two categories. We got multiple people back there ready to pair you guys up, guys and gals. So let's get back to the lanes. Service them, get back to the lanes, please. Ultra Sportsman should be first. Super Comp behind it. Top Gas behind that.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Top end is clear. The thumbs up has been given. Ricky Gadsden, your #1 qualifier, left side. He has seen a number of motorcycles go as quick or quicker than their qualifying time in this round. Ricky qualified with a 7:44 at 205 mile per hour. What has he got? How about Sean Henson, right lane on a 2004 Suzuki? 784 was his qualifier. What's Sean got? Henson right, Gadsden left. Henson strikes a tire. Ricky does not. 7:42, Ricky does better his qualifying time right there in that round. Ricky Gadsden moving on with an iron fist, 7:42. The twins have really got that machine rolling. Or is there only one twin? Man, oh man. You locked the other twin back in the trailer. He's the tuner. Twin power there in Herod Group, Real Street, and that's the end of the round for those guys. Ricky Gadsden ruling the roost and then some. Looks like we got a quick flat drag to the 8th mile in process, and I see a Pro Mod semifinal. lurking back there. Jeff House most likely going to forego his legal buy run. If he's not in the lanes, we're going to run without him under presumption. But I see the big bad red machine. There is most everybody scared in the lanes of that red machine. But the kid that's going to be in the left lane isn't one of them. Should be an outstanding drag race coming up for a spot in the final to race Jeff House. It will be Braden Davis versus Paul Gast. A pass that's worth the price of admission right there. Oh, we got a big 5-figure grudge race coming up behind Pro Mod. The last two for the final shootout. This is the 5-figure big dog money. They'll be right behind that Pro Mod final. Excuse me, that's a Pro Mod semifinal. Jeff House just kicked back, sitting back there waiting to see who he's got to beat up on. Ultra Sportsman, please. Ultra Sportsman, let's get you guys up and ready. Looks like we may have you. And if we do, thank you. Super Comp, back of the lanes for your pairings. Super Comp, rear of the lanes for your pairings. It's going to go Ultra Sportsman, Super Comp, Top Gas. All right, with the inspection going on the top end of the racetrack, do not stop with your maintenance and preparation. And if you're still in competition, Just park them towards the rear of the lanes, and the staff back there will get you grouped up as class, and we've got a class we're going to run you. Riders been doing a fantastic job getting back, moving through it. titanic matchup right here. Once again, you don't get any bigger spread of age difference right here. Braden Davis, the young gun, left side, #1 qualifier in this Fast by Gas Pro Mod field. Looking over at the red bike. That's simply what it's been called for the last decade. The red bike. Yeah, the red bike won again. Yep, the red bike won again. But Braden Davis, very most likely unfazed by that. Paul Gast moving in. Braden's pre-stage. Gast pre-stage. Rev limiters coming up. Gast in. Gone. Great drag race. Oh, it's going to be Davis. Gast gives it up. Braden Davis 4:10 off a 105 short time. They were both 105 to the short time. Paul Gast overpowered the track out there through the 330. And Gast in the losing effort, his 5:13. Braden Davis will carry lane choice. Davis will carry lane choice into the final over Jeff House. And we got the big 5-figure match race shootout coming up. This is the last and final of the Run What You Brung shootouts, and there's big dough on the line. Big dough on the line, big dough. Super comp, let's get you guys and gals paired. Super comp, you'll be coming up behind Ultra Sportsman. Comp, I need super comp, you're around behind. I need you guys and gals up here. Let's get you caught up, and we'll be down to semifinal action coming up in the not too distant future, getting down to the very short rows to crown the champions and give them their hollies. Got a stack of hardware over there at the Man Cup registration trailer. Pictures ready to be taken. Winners, runner-up photos right there at the Man Cup registration tent after you do your business on the racetrack. You got to get past your fellow man or woman to get it done. John Markham announcing he is foregoing the bye run in Ultra Sportsman. John Markham will skip his bye run in Ultra Sportsman and move into the next round without lane choice. And this is the big money race, big stacks. They got stacks on this one. No time 228, no time 42 in the right lane. Gangster style. Just like Stax back in Goodfellas. Stax didn't make it very long. Right lane for the W. Taking home the stack. Right lane for the W. That was gonna be, I tell you, that was from Texas. Taking home the stacks to Texas. Alex Hughes taking the stacks back to Texas. All right, this is Ultra Sportsman action. Ultra Sportsman action. Next up, 950 fixed index. Pro Tree, Your number one qualifier in the right lane, Evan Sulkowski, holding serve through this elimination process. Okay, the Reds are on for a off-track incident. We have a medical situation. Clear the short chute, please. Get them out of the way. We have emergency vehicles. We have a medical situation in the paddock area. I need all riders, all crew, stay away from the situation. Tend to your motorcycles and get ready to run. But the medical situation absolutely takes priority at this point. Remaining riders in competition gather in the rear of the lanes. As we have full classes, we will push you forward and we will run you. And please, if you are not family, please clear the situation if you are not family. Absolutely stay away, let the emergency responders do the job they're trained to. If you are not immediate family, clear the area. All right, all riders remaining in competition, do not slow down servicing your equipment while we deal with the situation off track. Obviously that situation taking priority and we have to tend to it, but if you're still in competition, do not back off on your pace. If you've got your equipment ready to go, get back to the rear lanes and see Hug and Kiss. She will get you paired up, and when we have you as a group, we will send you up to an open lane, and it'll be just that quick. We'll go through another round of competition. And word from the paddock area, the situation has been stabilized. Once all of the track personnel are back in position, we'll turn the reds off. And once again, we've got the late games are over. So the degenerate update for the late games. Shadur wins it as a starter. The Brownies top the Raiders. The Jaguars topping the Cardinals in overtime. And the boys, the boys came back and beat the Birds. Eagles were way up earlier, but that's why you play 4 quarters. And your hometown, Atlanta Falcons, they're playing for Raheem Morris's job. They beat the helpless Saints 24-10. Half hour from now, Buccaneers will be ready to bake out in Los Angeles and give a butt whooping to the Rams. Shadur for the W. Six motorcycles not in the Super Comp lanes. 6 motorcycles that are not in the Super Comp lanes. You're officially late. 6 motorcycles in Super Comp. Let's get them up there. We need you guys and gals desperately. All winners, all categories. The track officials are heading back to the back of staging to give you directions for your pairings. And hoping everything the best for that non-track emergency situation. The SGMP staff once again, right on top of it. Right on top of it. Had the emergency responders right there. Hopefully that situation is stabilized. Jonah with the news. Right lane. Joe Clemmy left lane. Jonah W 954 besting the 951 by Clemmy. So, you know what that means. Jonah Allen moving on, moving up. Spencer Johnson left side. Jeremy England right lane. Super Comp, we need those missing riders to the lanes. Oh, Johnson strikes a tire at the hit. Jeremy England will not give this one away. He takes the win. 11:23, 83 mile an hour, so he's not even in that that engine's not even breathing heavy, so he can come right back around. There's no reason for England not to service it and get back, which is what we need all competitors to do in all categories. John Markham, legal buy run here. Legal buy run. He gives up lane choice moving into the next round. Markham loses lane choice. And Super Comp's in the puddle, so if you're a Super Comper and you're not in the lane and paired, remaining riders in Super Comp. Super Comp, we need you paired and ready to go. Super Comp, please. Once again, MTC Engineering Super Comp moving to the puddle. MTC Engineering Super Comp is moving to the puddle. If you're still in Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes, please. Get it paired up. Beyond Super Comp, top gas, pair them up, be ready to roll. Top gas, pair them up, be ready to roll. Remaining riders in competition, let's get them back to the rear staging. Meet the track official back there. Organize your next round, gather together, and come up as a group as soon as we got the full group. 460 next round, we need you guys back to the lanes. 460, let's get them up here. We need to catch you guys up around. 460 riders, as soon as you're ready, let's get them up here. Let's knock that out, 460 riders. And Super Comp riders, we're putting you on the racetrack now, but you are the furthest behind group size. So Super Comp, please, as expeditiously as possible, service them and get them back up. Good luck to all riders in this round, but there'll only be half of them coming back as winners. Service them and get them back. We need to catch Super Comp up. All right. The call to fire has gone out in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Here we go. Super Comp. We're working on an 890 fixed index here. Pro Tree, quarter mile action. Slim. Larry Bradley, Florida runner. Coming up in the TBM Brakes lane. Summit Racing lane. Lindbergh Simmons. He's racing in V-twin as well as here. Kawasaki ZX14 street tire machine in the right lane. Traditional air-cooled Kawasaki drag bike left lane for Slim. Lindbergh really taking his time getting in. Oh, just beat the clock. He just beat the clock there. .925 for Lindbergh on that 890. Off pace, Larry Bradley. Off pace. Larry Bradley, 10:23 in the losing effort. Lindbergh Simmons advances. Kyle Fulgham, right lane, Adel, Georgia. It's just a hop and a skip for him to get here. Right lane. Jordan Weiss in the left lane. Kyle deciding to do another burnout. Still have outstanding atmospheric conditions out here into Sunday night. Oh, might have been a bad move. Might have been a bad move, but we'll see. He got it up on the tire, so he's got some heat in it. That will not be a factor. This is 890 action. Oh, they're moving him in. Weiss is in, and he's in deep. Green light start. Good looking drag race. Right lane for the W. 890 with an 8, and the crowd goes wild. Huge group of supporters here for the local favorite. Kyle moving on to the next round. Breakout left lane. Nick Noble right lane. Mike Lakoski, your number 2 qualifier in the left lane. Nick Noble, he welded him on the tree, 895, besting the 889.6. Lakoski did what he could, but that 004 by Noble set the tone for that pair. Santi Rodriguez Jr., your defending national champion on the FuelTech machine, left side Kawasaki. Adams right lane. Adams 894. Kevin Adams 894, besting the 892. So, you know what that means. Kevin Adams, is he on a march with destiny? Markham, DeLong, Markham. Markham on his game, to say the least. 890 with a 0. 8900 perfectly on the index. He held over 3 on the tree. Scott DeLong did what he could, but John Markham for the victory. DeLong breaking out in a losing effort. John Markham marching on in Super Comp. He's already advanced through the legal buy run in 950. Timmy Davis next in the right lane. Braden Davis left lane. Timmy Davis, 8898. Besting the 8886. Braden, 200s in the bank. Couldn't finish the deal on the finish line. Timmy Davis for the dub. And just like that, Jonah with the news and Dave Young. Top gas, please, to the lane. Top gas. Let's get you winners back. Top gas winners. Jonah. Let's hear the news. 888. Breakout victory over the 885 of Dave Young. Jonah Allen, Louisville, Kentucky on his Hayabusa, moving on. Let's hold those bikes in the puddle. Hold the bikes in the puddle, please. If you were not told to move to the puddle, don't do it. All riders left in competition, all classes, do not pull from the ready line until instructed by the head of staging. Top Gas is moving to the puddle, please. If you're in Top Gas, you're late to the lanes. Jeremy England, you're moving to the clock, please. Jeremy England, Top Gas. Getting ready to start the clock on you, please. Got your entire category up here. All right, we got them racked and stacked in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Thank you, Jeremy England, for making that call. Here we go. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. Kenny Schwartz. Oh, look at the fire belching out of the right lane. A lot of unburned fuel in the pipe. Levante Clark, right lane. Chad Otts, left side. Oh, good drag race. Green lights a pair. 8:27 for Levante. The crowd goes wild. Levante Clark, huge win for him. Taking out Chad Otts. Levante, reaction time advantage, closer to the index, and that spells dub. Levante Clark will move on into the semifinal round. That will be coming up as soon as we can turn them and burn them. Dwayne Schmidt, Keystone Heights, Florida, left side. Dalton Markham. Dalton has been on a tear all weekend. Runner up in the 890 shootout. And he keeps on motoring. Dalton Markham, 008 on the tree. He goes 8:27. Schmidt had to break it out from the reaction time disadvantage to get the win light. Dalton Markham marching on. Matt Nags, Ohio, left side. Brandon Cunningham, Florida, right side. ZX14 right. Suzuki GS1100 left. Nags, Cunningham. Going to be the finish line, and it says Nags taking the dub. 8:20 with a 7 right on that index, and he had almost 5 in the bank on the tree. Matt Nags sealing the deal on the finish line, moving on. And a couple street bikes to wrap up the round. Seth Buscieri, your number 1 qualifier with a perfect lap, taking on Jeremy England, the waffle maker. He makes more waffles than Waffle House. Uh-oh, he got Big Johnson up there helping him out. Mantez, Big Thompson, Jr. Alabama rock star over there. Buscieri on the turbo. England naturally aspirated. Another green light race. 8:22.7. Jeremy England besting the 8:22.3, so by a slim margin, you do know what that means. Jeremy England's 0.16 reaction time, the difference. Seth right there with an 0.25 in the losing effort. That was a great drag race. 5 thou. Margin of victory down there at 170 mile per hour. Great job, Jeremy England. Let's get it back and get it up here. Moving into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 now. Knocking these riders down around, getting closer to the big payout in 460. .460 action right here, quarterfinal round. This is for a spot in the semifinals. Oh, teammates. Somebody in St. Louis is going to have a long winter. The other guy is going to be able to talk trash for months. Number 1 qualifier, Curtis Winston, the 3rd. Right lane. Terrence Washington, left lane. They race together. They run together. They're part of Team Frierson. Old Cotton Top. Guiding both of these racers. Carefully in. Green lights. Terrence Washington, bragging rights for the winner and a spot in the semis. Washington, 461.3. He held a couple thou of reaction time advantage. Curtis Winston, 463.0 in the losing effort. You could throw a blanket over the reaction times. It was a close race, 0.21 at the finish line. Terrence Washington moving on up. Wes Hawkins, number 3 qualifier, and already with money in his pocket through the pot. Left side, Bobby Holland, also qualified very well, number 9. I see we've got Super Eliminator back in the lanes. Something doesn't shift. Hawkins for the win. He was 0-1-4 and he was second off the line. Bobby Holland was 0-1-3. Trouble down track, only goes a 477 at 120 and his day is over. Wes Hawkins marches on with a 463.1. 463.1. Jeff House next up, left side. And Mike Ostrowski, right lane. Moving in. Gone. Jeff House straight as a string again, and House on a mission. Jeff House 460 with a 5 on an 010 light. Jeff House has turned deadly in 460. The switch has been flipped. House moving on. Mike Ostrowski's day comes to an end at the hands of the little tire that could. Pete Hubbard, he's in the puddle. He wants to see what he can do with the bye run. Pete, hopefully he does not get a raw deal right here. Big Pete coming over from Mississippi in those shiny leathers. Leaves clean this time. Good job, Pete Hubbard. 465. That'll give him something to work with. 465, moving on, Pete Hubbard. Super Eliminator semifinal coming up. Super Eliminator semifinal coming up, and the legal bye once again has chose to forego. So, without further ado, the winner of this pair will have lane choice in the final. Dave Boyd out of Texas. This is a pair of Texas right here. Texas on Texas here in Georgia. Looks like I may have Street ET over there ready to go. Outstanding job. Pro ET, let's get him back. Pro ET. All right, these motorcycles running off of their indexes. Dave Boyd taken up in the TBM brakes lane, and Alex Hughes. Georgetown, Texas versus Red Oak, Texas. Two screaming H2s. Boyd is going to be leaving off of an 870 index. Hughes waiting patiently. 757. Oh, there they go. These guys killed the tree. Both of them killed the tree. Dave Boyd, 886 on the 870 dial-in, and he was 029. Dave Boyd laid the tree over. Alex Hughes right behind him, 039. But Alex Hughes not running the 8th mile as quick as he was usually doing. Spelled defeat. Steve Chandler will take the legal bye and forego it. David Boyd, lane choice in the final. Boyd has lane choice in the final, so as soon as that super eliminator final is ready, let's get it up to the lanes and get it on. Next up will be Voodoo Custom Street ET. Pro ET. Love to see you guys and gals get it on up here. Get another round in. Remaining riders, service and get back. Remaining riders, service and get back. John Markham marching through eliminations. He's dialed 905. Brian Rudseal, Georgia runner, pair of Hayabusas here. Let's see. He's dialed 950. Let's see who's got what. It's a finish line race, and it is. Markham for the win. Breakout in the left lane. Markham moving on. Tom Moats, right side. G. Clemens, looking for some clemency. Green lights a pair. Victory. Left side, a breakout by 0.003 of a second by Moats. Moats 10.72 with a 7, breaking out on that 10.73. Clemens was hard on the chase, but only musters a 9.89 on a 9.33, but takes the win. So once again, it does prove that's why you race them on the racetrack, not on paper. Clemens moving on, and thundering noise of the chopper man, Ken Kobe, right lane, down from Ohio. He's up against Joaquin Ortiz. 1224 dial for the chopper. Chopper's away clean. Ortiz packing the front wheel, that SGMP surface working. Ortiz, 42 on a 32 for the victory. He was holding quite a bit tree-wise, so he moves on. That ends Ken Kobe's chopper days here today in at least the Street ET portion of the activity. Good to see the Chopper Man back out and at it with the Manufacturers Cup. Don Horta taking his legal bye. Does take the tree under power, and he's just going to motor on down through there. All riders, all categories, service and return, please. All riders, all categories, service and return. Looks like I've got Pro ET stacking over in lane 2, so if you're in Pro ET elimination still, stack them over in lane 2. Let's get you guys and gals paired up and ready to go. Once we've got a full category, we will run you. It looks like it's just about probably getting close to a full category. If we've got all competitors, we'll move you through. So once again, it's simple. Win and advance, service it, get back to the lanes. See Amanda's smiling face at the rear of the lanes for pairing purposes. She's been back there all day doing a great job, knocking it out.
That magnet's nice. That
Pro ET action kicking it off here. Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET action. And Big Johnson Thompson left side. Jeremy England still in Pro ET. Jeremy England holding his own down here at the Manufacturers Cup. FuelTech World Finals. Outstanding drag race in front of us. Green lights. 8:19. 8:19 for Jeremy England to advance. Mantez Thompson Jr. too quick, but he had the reaction time advantage. Mantez was quicker on the bulb, but the finish line, the speed, England coming down on, didn't gauge it. Oh, and this one's gonna send one Adams home, or at least back to the trailer, and one Adams will advance. Brothers Craig and Kevin Adams right here. This will be bragging rights for Ohio. They'll be able to knock each other around. They're both racing with Bill, their father Bill on their mind. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Norwalk in the house. Give it to younger brother Kevin, 898 on an 870. Craig Adams, trouble early, aborts it. Kevin was 013 and he was late. Craig was 012. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. next up, left side, and Dalton Markham. Pair of 880 something dials. Lights are on. Okay, Craig Adams clears the top end. Safety reds are removed. And the pair moves back in. It's that quick. Schmidt, Markham pre-stage. This is Dalton Markham. Oh, Schmidt overpowering the starting line. He did have 100th on the tree. Dalton will not let that happen. Dalton Markham moving on. V-Twin, I'm missing one rider for the chip draw. V-Twin ET. Let's get it on. V-Twin ET, let's get it on. John Markham defeated by Samuel Parrish. Parrish, the giant killer, 888 on an 888 with an 01. Markham, 854.2 with an 01 light. Markham took the stripe by 5 thou, did everything he could. That was a drag race right there. Samuel Parrish moving on. What a tremendous pass right there. And just like that, we move it into Real Street. Turbo Johnny Dobrin moving over to the TBM brakes lane. And Annabelle Merced. These bikes have been very equally matched all day long. Let's see who's got what in this semifinal round. This is going to be for the opportunity to race #1 qualifier Ricky Gadsden in the final. Green lights. Annabelle packing the wheel. Turbo. Turbo for the dub. 773. Johnny Turbo has been consistent. Annabelle Merced, you saw the wheel come up out there in the 330 to 500 feet. And Annabelle Merced, who was 3 behind on the tree, couldn't catch him. Johnny Turbo moving to the final. Ricky Gadsden didn't get the memo. You don't have to do this. But Ricky Gadsden will not have lane choice in the final. Johnny Turbo will carry that lane choice. Final is set for Real Street. We'll run you as soon as you're ready to go. Ricky should just leave it in the lanes and wait on Turbo to get back. All winners, all categories, get to the back of the lanes. Let's get some paired up. Let's get them going. V-Twin, this is a final call for the missing rider. At this point, V-Twin, missing rider, this is a final call. Prepared to run without you. Okay, Jeff House has let it be known he's ready for the Fast by Gas Pro Mod final. Jeff House has let it be known. Hollywood Jackson, we need you to the rear staging lanes for the chip draw. Hollywood Jackson, rear lanes immediately, please. Broderick Jackson, rear of the lanes, please, immediately. And he's on the way right now. We're going to solve that dilemma this second. Super Comp riders remaining in competition, you are a priority. Super Comp riders, priority to get a round in. We need to get you guys and gals caught up. Super Comp, let's get them back to the lanes, please. We need to catch you guys up around. All right, there it is. The Pro Mod final is sitting there staring at us. All right, it appears they will be the very next motorcycles on the racetrack, and we will crown a winner in Fast by Gas Pro Modified. Number 1 qualifier, Braden Davis. He does have lane choice against Jeff House. Pro Mod Final in the puddle. Fast by Gas Pro Mod Final. This is the final pair of Fast by Gas Pro Mod for the season. Braden Davis, left lane. Davis family. Jeff and Sandra House in the right lane. On the Poetic Justice blue Suzuki. Jeff has been unstoppable today, both in Pro Mod and in 460 as well. Is it the day for the houses or just another day at the office for Davis? Big Dalton Markham picking his spot. Sandra giving him the heads up. Class sponsor Paul Gast out there watching intently. Sandra says it's good to go. Pat on the back, turn the computer on. Jeff's dropping that nitrous pressure, as is Braden. Setting the bottles right where they want them. Can Braden Davis seal it from the pole? Only Jeff House can stand in his way at this point. House does not leave the line. Davis, 407. 175, Braden Davis for the win. Jeff House. They were both 04 on the tree. Congratulations, Braden Davis and the Davis family on a win. One of what could be more out there in competition. Jeff House walking the bike back to the starting line, rather than go the long way. Jeff House walking it back. Jeff House, your runner-up. Jeff and Sandra House, congratulations. And Braden Davis, congratulations on the win. I hear the rumble and bumble of V-Twin ET. We got 4, so we'll be down to a final. No chip draw for that, so those 2 V-Twins that are in, that win, just get them back up here. We'll put you to bed. Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead, V-Twin, semifinal round. Remaining riders in Super Comp, once again, urgently need you back. Urgently need you back. We've got a catch-up round to make up on Super Comp. Kenny Satterley, right lane. Stacy Smith, and it is Satterley. Stacy off the dial, Satterley. Satterley, reaction time advantage and closer to the dial. Easiest way to guarantee yourself a win in bracket racing. And Kenny Satterley punches his ticket to the final round. He is going to face off with the winner of Tom Clemmy, dial 1038, or Kevin Jones, dial 1220. Clemmy will have to wait. And wait he does. Clemmy waited. They got green lights and they're both rocking down through there. Clemmy off the gas, you heard it. Victory. Tom Clemmy left lane. Kevin Jones markedly off the dial, might have missed a shift. Kevin Jones, semifinal finish here in V-Twin ET. So the final is set. Clemmy and Satterley. Service them, get them back. We'll put you to bed. Somebody's going to get to have a cold one. Actually, probably both of you. Super comp, remaining riders. Let's get them to the lanes. Super Comp, I'm down to missing 2 riders, and it is of utmost importance. Super Comp, we've got to catch you guys up around. Super Comp, the clock is going on real soon. All right, Super Comp is on the roll to the puddle. Super Comp, let's roll you to the puddle directly. Remaining riders in all competition, urgent that you return. We want to desperately finish the race and crown champions. We need your assistance. And here we go in MTC Engineering Super Comp. John Markham left side, Nick Noble right lane. Big Nick on a Busa. Markham rolling on through, continuing to move on through. .890 fixed index, green lights a pair. Green light race. Markham for the win, double breakout. Nick Noble way under at 877. John Markham a bit closer, 887, moving on. Super Comp riders, let's push them to the puddle, please. Comp riders, push them to the puddle. Lindbergh Simmons and Kevin Adams. Kevin, the man of destiny. Father Bill looking down on him. Adams, Simmons. It is Adams, 884 breakout on the 890. Simmons, 882 on that 890, breaking out. Kevin Adams moving on. Okay, we continue on. Super Comp action. Continuing on in Super Comp action. Next pair at the ready line. Moving into stage. All winners, all categories. Let's roll them on up. Let's get them knocked out. V-twin final, where are you at? They're in. They're gone. Lot of green light drag races tonight. Everybody on their game. Right lane, hometown favorite, another dub. Kyle moving on to the semifinal round. Jonah Allen, too quick by a 10th. Legal by Timmy Davis. Looking for 4 top gas riders. Let's stack them and roll them. Timmy Davis gonna make a full pull. Davis moving through. 886, 152. On his legal buy. Semifinals are set in Super Comp. Dave Boyd, he's up for his final round. Oh, I got both H2s up here. We got a Super Eliminator semifinal. Final round, excuse me. We got a pair of fire-breathing H2s. We're gonna crown a champion in Super Eliminator. Final round of Super Eliminator, suiting up and moving to the puddle. Once again, all riders, all categories. Service and get back. V-twin, we can wrap you up, my 2 V-twin riders. Street ET, Pro ET. Let's put them through. And Jeff House, your only thing missing to complete the 460 round. So Jeff House, at your very earliest convenience. Let's get it on in 460. Screaming two strokes on the line for the last time here. And the Manufacturers Cup Super Eliminator. Jeremy England, top gas. You're all we're missing. Jeremy England, top gas. Let's get her to the lanes, please. Johnny Turbo called to the lanes for the Real Street Final. Johnny Turbo. Ricky Gadsden is awaiting you. Green light drag race, Chandler away. Boyd chasing. David Boyd for the win. Congratulations, Dave Boyd. 874. Steve Chandler. Great job, both riders. .460 semifinal. Pete Hubbard taken up in the TBM brakes lane. And Wes Hawkins, right lane. Hawkins, Hubbard. Somebody with an H in his last name who's going to move to the final right here. 460, the 8th mile magic number here, 460. Hawkins, right side, he's in pre-stage. Patiently waiting, Hubbard. Moves in. Starting line rev limiters engaged, and they're gone. Pete Hubbard, trouble. Wes Hawkins in the final round. Wes Hawkins, final round. His 470 with a 1. Pete Hubbard. Troubled run, 1095. Hawkins was 019 on the light. He was there. Wes Hawkins punching his ticket into the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final round. Okay. Terrence Washington, who just beat up on his teammate last round. He's got Jeff House this round. Jeff House. Very unconventional method, but he's been straight as a string every pass. House into the final. Jeff House, 463.4. Nailed the tree, 019. Jeff House has lane choice in the final. House and Hawkins. Soon as those bikes are serviced, we'll run that final. And the clock is on, ladies and gentlemen. We need all riders. It is urgent that you get back. We've got to finish it in less than 30 minutes. B-Twin, where is my final? Here we go, moving into Ultra Sportsman. Fire it up, let's go. right, semifinal action. This will set a final in J Squared Ultra Sportsman 950 action. Jeremy England, a waffle maker. Johnny Markham, right lane. Both in deep, both with green lights. Win, Jeremy England, 950 with a 3. Markham had 1 on the tree. He did have 1 with reaction time advantage, but went too quick, breaking out. Jeremy England, your first finalist, and with very high probability of having lane choice moving into that final. Number 1 qualifier, Evan Sulkowski, has sliced and diced his way through, and now he's up against Jonah Allen. Evan Sulkowski taking the win. Jonah Allen had the reaction time advantage, but went too quick, 9:49 with a 6. And Evan Sulkowski does take lane choice in that final. Sulkowski has lane choice over Jeremy England, and will take that 950 class final as soon as you can get back up here. It is urgent. Real Street final, Herod Group, Real Street. Johnny Turbo bangs it red, but look at Ricky Gadsden roar. Gadsden, 740, 206. Low ET and top speed of the meet in the category. He saves the best for the last. Ricky Gadsden, your Herod Group, Real Street champion. Johnny Dobrin did what he could. He knew he had a decided performance disadvantage. Dobrin, 007 red, pushed it too far. His 773, about the same that he has run. He got a bracket race that bike at 192 mile per hour. Congratulations, Ricky Gadsden, on your win. Johnny Dobrin, good to have you back in a runner-up capacity. We appreciate that quick turn there, Jeremy England. Thank you very much for getting back. That's a man who wants to win the hardware. He wants a Holly. Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. Semi-final action. Here we go. Top guess. Semi-final action. Matt Nags in the right side, down from Ohio. Levante Clark. Parts unknown. Unknown where Levante hails from. And as he backed it up to do another burnout at this point, the time is ticking. Levante is on the clock. One final chance to fire it right here. An unfortunate break. Matt Nags will take an opponent broke single. Nags, he's punched his ticket into the final. Very unfortunate break for Levante Clark. 8:17 with a 7. Matt Nags, too quick. Let's see what this pair does as far as it goes for lane choice. Jeremy England, left lane. Dalton Markham. Markham, right lane. England, left lane. Markham 8:24 with a 4, and it started with a 004 reaction time. Jeremy England breaking out. He was 8:19 with a 2. He did have the room to do it, actually. He was 0:27 to the stripe. He was 0:29 on the tree. So England did have the slightest of margins to do it, but Dalton pushed him too far under. Markham in the final with lane choice. Markham has lane choice over Nags in that final, and we do need it back up here. The clock is absolutely ticking. Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin final. Tom Clemmy, left side. Kenny Satterley, right side. Satterley at a 1090. Clemmy at a 1040. Couple of the faster bikes in this category. Clemmy, Satterley. Satterley, Clemmy. And it is Clemmy. 1041 on a 1040 for the W. Big reaction time advantage to Tom Clem, and that parlays into a win. Super comp. Let's get it up there now. John Markham, you're officially on the clock in Super Comp. John Markham on the clock in Super Comp. We got to get him through. It is imperative to get this round of Super Comp in. Street ET semifinal. Don Horta right lane, Clemens left lane. Winners in this have to be back. Green light's a pair. Horta 930 on a 925 and the crowd goes wild. The Horta fans erupt. Clemens 937 on a 937. Uh-oh. So you do know what that means. Don had a chunk on the tree, and he made him pay. Horta in the final, and he will face the winner of Joaquin Ortiz and John Markham. Ortiz dialed 935. 905 for Markham. Joaquin Ortiz, double breakout time. 931 on a 935, besting the 9 flat on a 905. Joaquin with room to spare on the reaction time. It is Ortiz in the final. Pro ET winners, desperate to have you back, and I've got to get this round of Super Comp through. Hawkins is up here in 460. Wes Hawkins has made his way to the lanes for the 460 final. As soon as Jeff House makes it up here, we'll put that one to bed. Oh. House on the little bike that can. Sandra tuning the knobs on that thing to perfection today. All right, looks like the 460 final is going to push up and move it on through. Ultra Sportsman final. But first, the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final round right here. Jeff House, left lane. Wes Hawkins, right lane. Hawkins, your number 3 qualifier, I believe. Yes, he was. Hawkins playing with house money based on the amount he probably won in that side pot. Wes Hawkins proving his mettle. Jeff House has acted like he is not to be denied today. House looking not to be denied. Final pair of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 bikes for the 2025 Manufacturers Cup season. Riders moving in. Hawkins pushed it in. And that made him pay. Jeff House, your winner. Hawkins took a big bite, and he's going to regret it. 019 red for Wes Hawkins. He took a big bite there. House was 012, but something awry on the House machine, but it doesn't matter. He won. Jeff House taking out the biggest field of 460 bikes this season's motorcycle drag racing has seen. And Jeff House gets it done. Congratulations, Jeff and Sandra House. Congratulations, Wes Hawkins, on an awesome event. You can't win the pot if you don't get in. And the numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers chose not to play, but Wes did. Final round in J squared. Ultra Sportsman. Kevin Adams, green light and the victory. Congratulations, Kevin Adams for the win. Timmy Davis, something awry with his machine, he gets off of it. Timmy Davis, your runner-up, but a tremendous win for Kevin Adams and the Adams family. Well, I stand wrecked. It was a first half of the semifinal in Super Comp. So win to Markham 891, Kyle 908 in a losing effort. England and Zukowski, final round here. This is that aforementioned 950 final round, England, Zukowski. England denies Zukowski the win from the pole. England 957 for the win. Zukowski goes 953, so you do know what that means. Congratulations, Jeremy England, on your victory. Evan Zukowski, your #1 qualifier and runner-up. Outstanding job by both riders. Street ET final, pushing to the puddle. Outstanding job getting back. Let's wrap her up. Voodoo Custom Street ET final, moving to the puddle. And that's Joaquin Ortiz in the TBM brakes lane. Don Horta. Don Horta was picked by the Taco. Taco said specifically, D-Mac is gonna win it. Will the Taco be right? Another machine sponsored by Economy Glass and Mirror. Ortiz 931 dial, Horta 925 dial. This one's gonna be done on the starting line. The pressure cooker is on. Barely be able to pick up the spot. And that is two bad dudes that can handle the pressure right there. Wow. Ortiz, 929 double breakout. Ortiz was 020 on the tree and he was late. Don Horta was 009. but he just took too much stripe. Congratulations, Don Horta, on your runner-up finish. Joaquin Ortiz, tremendous job in that final round for the dub. Six minutes of run time left, so if you want to get your final round in, you have 5 minutes to get to the lanes. If not, the event will close and it'll be a split. So if you really want to run for it, you got 5 minutes. Kevin Adams left side, Dalton Markham right lane. Adams left, Dalton Markham right lane. Oh, Kevin Adams' day is over. Dalton Markham has been on a rail. Markham 017 on the tree. Nails an 884 on an 882. Kevin Adams pushes it red by 004. That ends his day. Dalton Markham. He punched his ticket. 814 the dial for England, 888 for Parrish. Samuel Parrish, trouble off the line. England, outstanding lights, both riders. Jeremy England for the W. And that will conclude on-track activities here at the Manufacturers Cup FuelTech World Finals. Remaining riders in any remaining categories will be split. We're up against the curfew. And we were down to a final. England and Dalton Markham in that final of Pro ET. And we want to thank all competitors, fans, sponsors, supporters, and everyone that came out to this tremendous event. Battled a couple really tough oil downs, but we pushed her right on through. Congratulations to all winners. And also, when the points are sorted, congratulations to all of the champions across the 2025 season. And we're going to be kicking it off right here at SGMP in April of 2026 for the season opener. We'll see you then.